Good morning, good morning, good morning, YouTube. It's your girl Duchess back streaming the YSL Rico case. We are on day 123. Just a quick recap on where we are in keeping the scoreboard of the defense versus the state. Now that we are really into the thick of it, I'm gonna say it's 3-0 in favor of the defense. So Lil Woody left off with his testimony, had the state walking out of that courtroom with their panties down around their ankles and the slip showing and the heels broken and chipped nails, like they were fighting for their lives and they came up with scraps. So I am going to give his entire testimony a win for the defense. It went down. Yesterday, the next witness was brought before us. His name is Sledge, and he claims that the T is that he said um, Young Thug paid him to lay low after the offing of Donovan Thomas. And that was a theme as well that they were trying to get into with NYSL Woody's in his testimony. What did he go to Miami for? So on yesterday, this person took a plea deal. We learned that his plea deal wasn't so much of a I did these crimes. Um, there was a plea deal that came in where it's like you have so much evidence against me, and I learned this on yesterday. You have so much evidence against me. I'm not saying I'm guilty or um, I'm not saying that I'm guilty, but there's so much evidence that the jury will most likely side with the state. So, in my best interest, I'm going to take this plea deal. That was read illegally by the prosecution on yesterday. All hell broke loose, and the jury got two instructions. The judge had to kind of recant her first instruction because she was also tricked in what they presented to okay, I was just making sure my mic wasn't muted. In what they presented to the jury, it resulted in more instruction and an explanation, and for them to kind of wipe these things from their memory, as well as a reprimand to Attorney Love on her stopping her antics. And I was left with, I mean, how many times is she going to get these warnings? They are already kind of like on notice from the whole ex parte thing and the rulings that she gave with instructions against the motions to kind of fire them from this case. So I'm expecting more of that, given there was another motion for mistrial. Every day in court, there's a motion for mistrial that she continues to deny. And it has been said that the defense feels like they're trying to goad them into pushing for a mistrial so that they can get a chance to retry this, because it's been a hot, sloppy mess. And they have had to come with it now that Judge Whitaker is on the back phone and holding them accountable and making sure that the rules of evidence are really, really honored. And I don't know, I can say that that probably was not the case with Judge Glanville. So another thing was they did all of these photos to kind of um prove the connection to Young Thug as a gang, and YSL as a gang versus YSL the record label. That kind of came up a little bit in this person's testimony. And so they used a lot of social media pictures that had the snakes on them, which is supposed to be a symbol of YSL, maybe throwing up some signs or whatever. But what I found interesting was there were no weapons, there was no money. Kenneth Copeland was put on as kind of like a best friend to Young Thug and a part of this gang, and none of those pictures included him. So it's still not piecing together for me. If I was to act as a juror, there were some damaging things. And I know there are some damaging things in this person's plea deal. but it has some little iffy rules on whether that can come into evidence. Right now, it's just like this is his plight. That's what he did. He can't say that the rest of the defendants were a part of that. And there is a rule called the Bruton rule or the Bruton law or something like that that prevents them putting in evidence that may lean towards that because this person can really benefit, from pointing the finger at the other people. And he got, um, you know, grace from the state with the plea deal or whatever. So I thought it would be much more interesting on yesterday, and it wasn't. Um, I mean, it was the fireworks with the whole love getting into trouble. It was those fireworks, but other than that, it wasn't. So let's get started. Let's see what today yields. Now that Woody is done, I am not so anxious in watching these days. I was so anxious I couldn't even really offer much commentary because I was on pins and needles. Tanked my entire diet, y'all. But y'all did not come here for that. You came to see what's happening in the YSL RICO trial, day 123. I have the score: three defense, zero to state. But let's see if they can recover today. Muting the mic and getting started. Let's go.
Where'd Miss Hingerty go? I've spoken with the deputy who let me know. Where'd Miss Hingerty go? Okay. All right, I've spoken to the deputy who had brought that issue to my attention yesterday afternoon, and he doesn't know it from any of the jurors saying anything to him. He had just observed it himself from checking on her page. All right, sure, no problem. Is the jury ready? Okay, and do we have Mr. Sledge? All right. it's definitely not that. Well, it definitely wasn't that. So there's another question because can I see my thing again? I mean, I don't know how to search for it, but it's, I mean, definitely Stevens is the first one and Kendrick is the third one. And it was what was in the middle. But
I sure wish I could read lips. I don't want to fast forward because I don't want to miss something that may be getting started. There is Love back in the courtroom. Today she is white on black. And look like Mr. Sledge got the same memo. He's in black today too. I'm just being silly, y'all. Just commentating while we're getting started. I hope there's a better day. She forgot to change her purse because it was pink yesterday. So she should have changed that purse out if we're into the outfits of it all. Or is that brown leather? Maybe that's brown leather. I wonder what more do they have today? They said they were going to need about 3 hours for this witness, and we sort of went over that on yesterday. I mean, there were plenty of breaks because the rules of engagement were not followed. So there was a lot going on in the court in terms of the defense objecting, arguing, um, just with the state putting admitting things into evidence that shouldn't have been. This gentleman in the yellow tie, that is Mr. Sledge attorney.
all right.
All right, we can start it. Get in the mic. Let's go. That bailiff is a little thickums right there. I mean, I don't know if that's his holster or his donk is. Anyway, I'm
All right,
being
Miss
silly.
Love, you can continue.
Good morning, Mr. Sledge.
Good morning.
Yesterday, while we were talking, you said that, rather, did you testify that YSL was a neighborhood gang?
Sustained.
All right, following up on that. Did Thug's music career give the gang YSL any national attention?
Overruled.
No, his music didn't get a game. I said no.
Now, when you joined YSL the gang in 2012, would you tell the jury what things you did with the gang?
You keep making it seem like it's a game, Miss Love. It's not a game. It's just a group of people that know each other. It wasn't like a game.
Are you saying that what you said yesterday regarding YSL starting out as a neighborhood gang is now something that you want to take?
Yeah, I have to say this. When he just said the gang is like a group of people that know each other, it made me think of the Rascals. And Snoopy and them and their peanut gang. I think that they were even called that at some point, like the peanut gang. Um, and he just made me think of that when he said the group of people. And I am just interested because she's picking up on the angle of YSL the gang because he had thrown in there YSL the label. And so now he's seems like he's circling back to um like the peanut gang, the little rascals and the group of people and from where I grew up, Wiz Town. Anyway, I just wanted to add that because that got my wheels turning. Let's keep going. Sorry for the interruption. Well, not really. Let's go.
I missed
You have to let me finish, okay? Are you saying that what you said yesterday regarding YSL starting out as a neighborhood gang is now something that you want to testify differently about?
No, what I really was saying yesterday, Ms. Lovely, you know what I was saying yesterday, that we're not a gang. I explained to you yesterday why we couldn't be a gang, but we was some neighborhood people that hung together.
Is it fair to say that you considered yourselves a gang regardless of what the legal definition is back in 2012?
Overruled. Well, he overruled.
Repeat it.
Is it fair to say that back in 2012, regardless of what the legal definition of gang is, that you considered yourselves a gang, a neighborhood gang?
Not us, I.
When you spoke yesterday about YSL starting out as a neighborhood gang,
But
at that time, did you consider yourselves being YSL in 2012 a gang, regardless of the legal definition?
you can say, oh,
Overruled.
You may answer.
could you repeat it?
Yes. When you spoke yesterday of YSL starting out in 2012 as a neighborhood gang, did you consider yourselves, that is YSL, a gang, regardless of the legal definition of gang?
I don't know why she's adding that part. And frankly, he testified yesterday already.
Okay.
So
All right.
let's move on.
All right. What types of things did YSL do together back in 2012?
Barbecue, hung out together, played basketball.
Was everyone that you hung out with YSL?
No,
How did you distinguish your friends who were YSL from the friends who were not?
like I told you yesterday, Ms. Love, anyone and anybody in the world can say they was YSL.
Back in 2012, how did you distinguish? Because just now, did you testify that all of your friends were not YSL?
I didn't distinguish because I didn't really understand in 2012 it was illegal to be a gang.
Okay. Mr. Sledge, do you understand that I'm not asking you about legal or legalities or legal definitions? I'm simply talking about your understanding. Do you understand that?
My understanding was just gang could be a group of people that hang around each other.
All right. And so how did you identify the friends of yours who were YSL as opposed to the friends who were not? How did you distinguish between those two groups of people?
I personally, I never, that was something I never even worried about, ever thought about.
Then why did you just tell the jury that not all of your friends were YSL?
You asked the question, I answer your question.
Okay.
All along wasn't YSL.
How did you
Some of them never even, can I finish? Some people that I hung around would never ever probably say YSL.
Okay.
They
How-
probably didn't know the group of people that I knew.
What group of people made up YSL that you knew back in 2012?
Well, I wasn't around when it was made up. Certain people were saying it, and I started saying it.
What did you do to rep YSL in 2012?
I really, you lost me because you saying rep is like broadcasting it.
Represent.
Yeah, nothing.
How did you identify yourself as a member of YSL back in 2012?
I don't know, Miss Love. I'm be honest with you, I don't know.
How did your friends who were YSL back in 2012, how did they identify themselves as YSL that you were able to see?
Some people just say YSL.
Is that the only way?
Well, to be honest, I seen people do the little handshakes and stuff that ain't, but that's just a handshake. That's just something that we go by saying, basically, we love each other.
Did you use the word slapped?
Yes,
And what does that stand for?
I never knew what it stand for, Miss Love.
As far back as 2012, you were using it.
I never knew what SLAC stand for.
How did you use it?
When I see my brother, I'm like, that's love, SLAC. And hug you and keep going, however it go. I never used it like for the purpose of the harm and the thing or anything like that. I just SLAC. When I see my brother that I love, I say SLAC and keep going.
Did you ever understand it to mean slime love all the time?
No.
Okay.
I didn't come up with the word, so I didn't know it say that.
Okay.
I didn't know it mean that. I'm sorry.
Did you refer to yourselves or did you use the word slime in 2012 as a member of YSL?
I don't recall.
Do you use the word slime now?
Yes.
Okay. And when you use the word slime now, do you recall how long you've been using it?
No, I don't recall how long I've been using it, but I see people right now that's not YSL, and I said, "What's up, slime?" It's just a slang word for the streets too.
Is there any reason that you would not have been using it in 2012?
No, I just don't recall if I used it in 2012. That's so long ago, Ms. Law. That's what? How long that is? 12 years or something, whatever. Yeah, that's a long time ago. To remember a word if you use it or not.
Okay.
It's a word.
All right. You said yesterday that Mondo claimed to have started YSL.
Go ahead. I thought you was finished. Go ahead.
And Your Honor, there is an echo. I don't know what it is.
I don't know what it is.
It's on this. It's echoing on the computer too. Yeah, it's this. I don't know.
Would Your Honor mind if I just muted it?
Yeah, that might cure it. Yeah. Hey, move that. Turn it around.
Oh.
Come around to where
Hey, Amy, thank you for joining. Run your errands, girl. I got you. I'm right here.
Go ahead. Thank you. My apologies. You said yesterday that Mondo claimed to have started YSL. To your knowledge, did a person by the name of Walter Murphy, who also answers to DK, ever also claim to have founded YSL?
I don't know how I knew Mondo because it was on the internet, but DK never ever said to me he started or founded YSL.
How familiar are you with DK?
I never really hung around him like that, but I know of him. Like, me and him didn't have a personal relationship to where me and him hung together every day. Or I seen him every day.
Okay. Do you know DK to be YSL?
I heard him say it.
Do you consider him a member of YSL?
I can't answer that question for DK.
I'm not asking about DK. I'm
Well,
asking if you recognize him
no,
as a member of
no.
YSL.
No,
Have you ever recognized DK as a member of YSL?
I don't know if I could say what I wanted to say.
Say that again.
I said I don't know if the answer I want to give you could I say it?
What, is it the truth?
Yeah, it's the truth. It's the
Okay.
truth.
So is it responsive to the question, have you ever considered DK to be a member of YSL? Is it
No,
in
you
res-
said something different last time. You said something like, did I ever notice or know of something was DKYSL or something you said? You switched it up.
Okay. Can you answer whether you ever considered DK to be a member
I
of
said no to
YSL?
that answer already.
Okay. And what about Trontavious Stevens? Have you ever known him to be recognized as a founder of YSL?
I didn't know he was a founder, but I have heard him say YSL.
Is he one of the members of YSL that you recognized as YSL in 2012?
I think so.
Was that before a record label named YSL formed?
Well, by my knowledge, when I first heard of YSL, that's what it supposed to be, but it wasn't what you want to say legal yet, copyrighted yet.
What are you saying?
That was the whole attention. My understanding for YSL when he started saying YSL,
Who is he?
Stevenson. There was a couple of guys that rap. I don't remember all their names.
So when you testified yesterday that YSL started out as a neighborhood gang, and then later Jeffrey Williams formed a label called YSL, is that any different than what you're saying today?
No, I know Jeffrey Williams started a company called YSL.
Okay.
I know that much.
All right. And is that what you are referring to that you were a part of in 2012?
In 2012, yes.
You were a part of Jeffrey Williams' company in 2012.
No, he wasn't. Ms. Lord, come on now. I just said he wasn't. He was saying that our belief is when Jeffrey Williams started rapping, he was gonna be famous. That was our expect, and then he started saying, "I'm gonna do a label called YSL."
When you refer to our, who are you talking about?
I'm saying when he talked to me about it, me and his conversation, put it like that. I'm sorry about me and Jeffrey Williams conversation. He was telling me he was gonna do the label called YSL.
And was Jeffrey Williams the head or the founder of the group you referred to yesterday that started in 2012 as a neighborhood gang?
No, not that I know of. Not my understanding. Not from my understanding.
Did Jeffrey Williams, to your understanding, have anything to do with that group that started as a neighborhood gang in 2012?
He used to be around, but I can't say like, to be honest with you, I can't say that he probably was repping a game. I can't say that because he had been rapping for a minute. So I can't answer that question.
Do you know or can you answer whether Jeffrey Williams, have you ever seen him rep that group you talked about? The two guns stood for yesterday, sex, money, murder.
I don't think I was really like around. I probably seen it on a picture. I seen it on a picture, but I don't know if he was part of that because if he was, I wasn't there when he became it. So I seen a picture probably, I think.
Okay. Now, when you started out the answer just now, you said, I don't think I was around. What was the rest of that?
I'm saying I wasn't actually like, I knew him, but me and him like see each other in the park and stuff like that.
Yesterday, did you tell me that you had known, did you tell the jury that you had known him since 2009?
That don't got nothing to do with me being around. Just because I know you, that don't mean I have to be around you every day to know you. That's what I'm saying.
How often were you around Jeffrey Williams between 2009 and 2012?
Whenever I went to Cleveland Avenue and he was in the park.
And how often would you say that was?
I can't say because sometimes he wouldn't even be in the park. So I can't say that.
And DK, how often were you around DK during that same time frame?
I probably seen DK every now and then, but I wasn't never really around DK.
And whatever it was that you wanted to say about DK earlier.
The longest I've been around DK is when we was incarcerated in the same cell.
Okay. To your knowledge, is DK signed as an artist under YSL?
Not that I know, but I know DK used to rap.
And to your knowledge, is Tick signed as an artist under YSL?
Not to my knowledge, but he used to rap too.
Do you know Defendant Williams to ever have recognized someone other than himself as a founder of YSL?
No.
Okay. I want to show you what has already been admitted as State's Exhibit. "10 Uniform Bravo." All right, could we blow it up? And could we zoom in on the picture, the face? Do you recognize the person shown in 10 Uniform Bravo?
Yes.
Okay. Could you scroll up to the caption and make it larger? Make it a little bit larger.
Yeah, I can't see that.
Are you able to read the text at the very bottom of that exhibit?
It say YSL Slime Life Hated Baby, original slime slug.
Okay.
Him and I don't see nothing else.
Okay. Have you ever seen that post
Yeah, no, since you showed it to me.
prior to now?
Yeah,
You've seen it before now?
no.
Okay.
Just now. But anyone could have posted that. That don't mean like you, like somebody could post something on my account. That don't mean Miss Love can post. That don't mean I posted it.
Whose account do you believe that that's posted on?
I seen it say Thugger Thugger or something like that, but what I'm saying is I have a daughter that posts on my account every day. What I'm saying is that don't mean Mr. Jeffrey Williams is the one that made that post.
Do you know anything about his Instagram account or who makes posts on it
I don't see
personally?
like since I've been around, I don't seen a lot of like his secretary post stuff on his page and different people share passwords and share pages from my knowledge. That's what I know.
Have you ever seen him take something down that he didn't want posted on his account?
No.
So if someone posted something, he always just keeps it up there.
I don't know.
Dang.
Now, do you still claim to be a part of the YSL that you said you joined in 2012?
I don't claim nothing right now but me.
When did you stop claiming YSL?
I don't recall what year it was, Miss Love.
Do you recall what you were doing or what was happening around that time?
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall what made you stop?
Some things you just outgrow, me, love.
What was it that you outgrew?
I outgrow ripping anything.
Now, when you say you outgrow repping anything, what exactly are you talking about?
I'm saying anything, neighborhoods, zone 3. I used to say all that, zone 3. I don't rep a lot of things, but I outgrow just doing whatever you do.
What made
That
you
don't have
outgrow YSL?
no personal reason.
You mentioned hand signs or shakes with YSL that you became a member of in 2012. Were you wiping your nose? Were YSL members wiping their nose?
I wipe my nose. I can't speak for anyone else.
Were you wiping your nose in 2012 as part of YSL?
I don't recall. That's so long ago, Milord. Let's try to get on 2012. So long ago, I don't remember nothing from 2012. That's a long time
When
ago.
did your memory of anything from 2012 go away?
That ain't. I don't know. I don't know.
Did you remember things from 2012 yesterday?
No, you showed me, and I told you that 2012 that I was what you call. I don't remember nothing from 2012.
And did you talk with anyone about your testimony from yesterday?
No.
Did you ever rep Summerhill?
I used to be in Summerhill. My father from Summerhill.
Okay. Did you ever rep it?
Yes, when I was a child. When I was younger, I used to stay with my father in Summerhill.
Did you ever rep 9 Deuce?
Well, I never been 9 Deuce, so no, I never rep 9 Deuce.
Did you ever rep Crips?
No.
Did you ever rep Famerica?
Famerica?
Yes.
No, I never hung with Famerica.
Okay. What were some of the, would you show the jury how it is that you wipe your nose when you said that's the symbol that you use?
I prefer not to wipe my nose, Ms. Lord. My nose not itching right now.
Do you only wipe your nose when it's itching?
When they running too.
Is the only time that you wipe your nose when it's running
No, Ms.
or
Lord.
itching?
No.
Would you please then tell the jury when the other times are that you wipe your nose?
I just wiped it now.
Okay. And is that something that you were doing back in 2012 as a member of
I
YSL?
don't recall about 2012.
When did you start talking with Jeffrey Williams about YSL?
Mm, I can't really remember, Ms. Love. It's been so long ago, Ms. Love. We were all young. It's been so long ago. I can't remember when specifically when we had these conversations.
What were the conversations?
He was just when he started rapping, he was just saying like, when I get famous, he used to say Lil Wayne was his idol. When he gets famous, he was gonna start, if it go the way it's supposed to go, he was gonna start his label called YSL.
Did he tell you why he was going to name it YSL?
No, he never told me that. But I actually knew what YSL supposed to stand for, Young Stoner Life, at the time.
Did you ever call it Young Stoner Life back in 2012 when it was a neighborhood gang?
Yes.
Did you ever call it Young Slime Life?
Yeah, I said that too.
Okay. And when you were talking with defendant Jeffrey Williams about YSL, did he as well refer to it as Young Slime Life?
He never said that to me.
Have you ever heard him refer to it as Young Slime Life?
No.
Have you ever heard defendant Jeffrey Williams call someone else slime?
He don't call me slime before.
He has?
Yeah.
Okay. And who is it that he is, how does he use that term to your knowledge?
I just told you, when they see me, it be like, what's up, slime? We normally don't do a handshake. He nubble, hug me, and bump heads with me.
Okay. And when you spoke about working as head of security for the record label that is owned by defendant Williams, how familiar were you with the record label itself?
How familiar was I with it?
Yes.
Well, I knew the manager and stuff like that.
Who was the manager?
He ain't on this trial, my love. I'd rather not say his name.
Who is the manager, please?
I know him by Geoff. Geoff.
Geoff?
Yes.
Do you know his full
I don't know
given
his,
name?
I don't know his government name. I don't try to learn people government name. People that I know in this courtroom, I just learned their government name by you putting it on the document.
Did Geoff sign your checks?
We answered this question yesterday. I told you they sent it straight to my account.
Did you ever see a physical check?
No.
Okay. Did you listen to defendant Williams' music that he made under that record label he talked to you about years ago?
I listened to his music way before he became up under that label too.
How often do you listen to his music?
I listen to his music every day now.
Are you familiar with all of his songs?
A lot of them.
Okay. Do you hear references to Young Slime Life in those songs?
Yeah, in the song.
Okay. And how does he reference Young Slime Life in the songs that you've heard?
What you mean?
Just that.
Huh?
Exactly.
Could you
what I said.
repeat? Could you repeat it?
How does defendant Williams reference Young Slime Life? How does he use it in his songs?
You gotta ask Mr. William that, because I don't know how he's represented in the song. I just hear him say slime in the song. He right there, you can ask him.
Now, when I'm speaking to you and I'm asking you about listening to his music, and you said that you did and you listened to it a lot, how have you heard it used in his songs?
I don't know, Miss Love.
Is it that you don't know or you don't want to say?
What you mean? I can't say slime in the song. I just told you that. What other way you want me to say it? I'm telling you, I done heard him say it in the song, but I don't have a song refer in my mind that I could just say. I have to listen to it. I'm not good with Like if the song not on, I might not even know the words to the song.
Do you remember any of his songs that you know the words to?
No, not right off the top of my head.
Okay. Have you ever heard Jeffrey Williams claim to have started Young Slime Life?
We already answered that question. I said I never heard him. He never said it to me. I don't know what he said to someone else. I said it to me.
All right. Are you familiar with a group called Raised on Cleveland or Rock Crew?
I heard about it, but I'm not familiar with Raised on Cleveland. I heard about the Rock Crew. I heard Jay-Z claim the Rock Crew.
Have you ever heard a Cleveland Avenue group refer to itself as Raised on Cleveland or Raised on Bleedland?
Raised on Cleveland.
Have you ever heard Raised on Cleveland refer to itself as Raised on Bleedland, replacing the C with a B?
Maybe.
Do you remember where you might have heard it?
Just in the streets, people said it, like on Cleveland Avenue. I don't hear it like. I know I'm not from Cleveland, so I can't tell you, but I have heard people say it.
Yesterday, you talked about meeting a number of people on Cleveland Avenue. So how frequently did you find yourself on Cleveland Avenue back in 2012?
I just told you I can't remember now from 2012 how often I used to be over there. I can't tell you that.
Do you remember anything from 2015?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go on Cleveland Avenue in 2015?
I won't say I stayed on Cleveland Avenue in 2015. Well, off of Cleveland Avenue. It
Okay.
wasn't on Cleveland Avenue.
And when you heard people refer to Raised on Bleedland, have you also seen it abbreviated as ROB?
No, I used to see ROC.
Okay. Have you heard Jeffrey Williams reference Sex, Money, Murder in any of his songs that he's made under his record label?
Yes, I think I heard it in the song. I'm not for sure.
Have you heard any songs with lyrics ROB, SMM, now we YSL?
I don't recall that song.
Have you heard any song where Defendant Williams says slime thugger with it, slime DK with it, slime wicked with it, slack?
I most definitely heard of that song.
What's the name of that song?
I don't know the name of the song, but I know the song.
So do you recall that first line that I asked you about being a part of that same song?
You said me being a part of that song?
No.
Oh, okay.
The line ROB, SMM, now we YSL.
I never caught that part.
You never caught that part?
No, but I caught the part where you say what you said, slime, DK. I know that part.
Did we see a caption that you made under a post yesterday that said YSL won't fold?
Yes.
Is that also a line from one of the Defendant Williams songs?
I don't remember, but if on my basis, it might be, I don't know.
Have you heard Defendant Williams referencing pick his ass off the balcony?
All music is entertaining, so he probably did say it in his song, but it's only entertainment. That don't mean what he rapping about in the song got to be something he doing.
Okay.
Anyone doing.
Did you understand me to be asking you about what he was doing or what
I'm
the
just
song
saying,
was?
that's what the song say, but that's your basic you trying to get at. I ain't retarded. I know your basic you trying to get at now.
Now, why do you suppose that you know my basis? Why are you answering questions in that way?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Do you recall hearing Defendant Williams referencing YSL, Wipe a Nigga Nose in one of his songs?
Yes, it's a song.
What did you understand that line in the song to mean?
I don't know. But my understanding, I just thought it was entertaining words, rhymes that go together. That's my understanding of it.
Now, have you ever appeared in any videos that were posted online with defendant Williams talking about testifying in court?
You say a video?
Yes.
I've never seen me in a video with me and Jeffrey Williams talking about testifying in court.
Before yesterday, did an investigator, Lansico, meet with you, your attorney, and me outside of Fulton County several weeks ago?
Right.
And were you asked about a video that referenced testifying in court?
And I told you about that video.
What did you say?
That's Jeffrey Williams in the video. That's what I told you. You don't see me in a video.
Did I show you that video?
I don't know. Yeah, I think so. I'm not for sure.
Did I
don't
have a
recall.
computer with me?
You did have your laptop with you, Ms. Love. Yeah, laptop and your phone with you.
Is it your testimony today that I opened up that laptop and pulled up a
I
video?
never said you open it up. And of course, I seen the video all over the internet.
So
I
you,
didn't say you opened it up, but you brought it to my attention at the meeting that Jeffrey Williams and me in the video. And I told you, you don't see me in a video.
let me ask you this. Did the question come to you, are you familiar with the video, or do you recall Jeffrey Williams' name being mentioned?
I don't recall. I don't remember.
Was it not you who said that wasn't me?
I still say it's not me. If you can't,
And did
I said it wasn't me because I don't see me in the video. So I don't know if I was there for the video or I wasn't. So I'm telling you it wasn't me.
When you said it was all over the internet, where did you see it?
I seen it on Instagram. It was on a lot of places when people showed the video.
When did you see it?
I can't recall when I seen it.
Did you see it since this trial started?
I think so, if I'm not mistaken.
Have you been watching or listening to other people's testimony?
No. I knew I couldn't watch the trial. My attorney advised me that you can't watch the trial, so that's why I never got it on.
All right, I'm going to show you what has already been admitted, Your Honor, but the number is not on the exhibit. So we would, for the purposes of this examination, label it 447 Yankee. We will not be tendering two separate copies. All right. Could you just pull it up? Don't wait.
You know what the original exhibit number is?
That was what we were trying to get our hands on. That was what was not on the list of exhibits. I'm going to show it to counsel for the defense before I walk up to the witness, if anyone would like to see it. Showing you states 447 Yankee. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
Is this the video that you were referring to?
Yes. I can hear what it's saying. Okay.
But you said you've seen it?
Yes, I've seen this video a long time ago too. Do you see me in the video? I don't see me in the video. I only see Jeffrey Williams in the video.
Your Honor, just for the purposes of this examination, not to tender it twice, we are tendering 447 Yankee, and we will not,
So,
just so that I can have it.
okay, so it's in as an exhibit that's already been admitted once under some unknown number. Okay,
My apologies, Your Honor, we will rectify that and
Okay.
clarify it.
all right.
And so I'm now going to play the sound of 447 Yankee and the video.
So nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, they didn't get ready in the courtroom and tell the God honest truth.
Fuck, nigga.
Don't get it.
Fuck with you, bro.
Y'all niggas need to get fucking killed, bro.
You snitching bitches.
From me and YSF.
Do you hear your voice on that video?
It sound like it.
And are you the one saying snitching bitches?
I said sound like. I can't say for sure if that's me that's saying that, but it sound like me.
Is the voice that says snitching bitches the one that sounds like?
Yeah,
Do you recall being in that room where
I don't.
Defendant Williams is?
I don't recall. That's why I said it sound like me, but I don't recall if I was there that day or not.
Do you recall ever being present
In a room back in January 2015 when Defendant Williams made statements like that?
No, I don't recall.
You said you've heard that a long time ago. When's the first time you saw that video, to the best of your recollection?
I can't recall because I can't recall the first time I seen the video.
Was it prior to 2024?
No,
The first time you saw that video was in 2024?
I said no.
So was it before 2024 that you first saw the video?
Yeah, well, before 2024, I don't seen that video before.
Did you see it before 2020?
Maybe.
Did you see it before 2015?
It probably around that time, 15, 16, somewhere in there.
What did you understand the message to be in that video?
To me, I thought it was just a saying, like, because a lot of people say it all the time.
A lot of people say what?
A lot of your mom, a lot of your kids. He ain't the first person I heard say that.
Is he the first person you've heard say, y'all need to be killed?
That's what the video say.
Is he the first person you heard say that?
No, I've been in the street for a long time, Ms. Lord. I don't hear a lot of people saying people need to be killed, but I don't know the reason they saying.
Did you hear him say, that's from me and YSL?
I heard it in the video, yes. Of course, everybody in the courtroom just heard it. You told me.
At the time that this video was made, or even at the time you first heard it, did you consider yourself YSL?
Yes.
Did you believe that people who get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth need to be killed?
No, that's not my belief. I believe everyone do what's best for them. So I can't determine what no one else feels. I can tell you how I feel.
Do you believe that people who get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth are snitching bitches?
I'm telling you the God honest truth.
That's
Is
not
I'm
what
a
I asked.
snitching-
I'm asking you if you believe that people who get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth are snitching bitches.
No, because a snitch to me, my understanding is a snitch is a person who lied on another person. So I can't say that.
You grew up with how many of your siblings?
I grew up with all my brothers.
Did any of them ever go and tell on you about stuff you did?
They used to tell my mom all the time, but I never got mad.
Okay. When they told your mama, did they always tell the truth?
No.
Okay. Now, when they told your mama stories about you, did your mama come to you and say anything about it?
Yes.
How did you respond?
He lied, Mom.
What about when they told your mama stuff that you actually did? How would you respond?
Take it on the chin.
Okay. Did you ever complain about somebody telling about stuff you actually did?
No.
Okay. Did you ever talk about it?
I probably talked about it to my mother, not no.
How would you describe somebody telling on you about something you actually did?
I don't feel no way, man, Lord. They did what I guess they feel like they did what was best for them. So
No, I'm not asking how you felt about it. I'm asking how would you describe it? How do you speak about it? What do you say when you're talking about someone telling on you about something they actually did?
I don't speak about it.
Would you ever consider it they told on me? Is that how you would?
I don't really know how would I put it. There's a lot of ways to put it, but I don't.
Now, telling on you, would you consider someone telling on you talking about something that you actually did?
Maybe.
Why maybe?
Maybe. If somebody tells something on you, maybe. That's what they want to do.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with a person telling on me.
Is that a phrase that you've ever used? Like, my brother told on me.
What we getting at? That's pointless.
Mr. Sledge, will you please answer that question for the jury?
No, then. No.
You've never said that.
You said I said it to my mother, no.
No, not to your mother. Have you ever used a phrase like, my brother told on me?
Maybe.
And in using that phrase, are you just referencing something your brother done told somebody else that you did?
He probably wouldn't tell nobody else what I did. He probably told my mother, like, if me and him, if I slapped him across the head or something, he probably told my mama, like, I'm picking on him or something.
Okay. But you would consider that him telling on you.
That ain't.
Is that right?
Yeah, because it probably was the truth if I slapped him on the head.
Okay. And if you didn't slap him on the head,
he was there. I don't want to hit him on the head, so he know.
and if you didn't slap him on the head and he told your mom you slapped him on the head, rightly so, you'd say, he lying on me.
No, I probably.
What was your answer?
Probably.
Okay. Now, we talked a lot about State's Exhibit 444 Yankee yesterday, those factual acknowledgements. You recall that?
No, you gotta refresh my memory.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach Ms. Jimenez? showing you what was shown to you yesterday as
Oh, yeah.
State's Exhibit
You showed me
447.
this yesterday.
All right. Now, at the time that you made the statements that are referenced in that document on December 28th, 2022, did you know that you were going to have to come into court and testify about those statements?
No, I actually didn't think I was gonna have to come in the courtroom and testify
Why did you think that?
because it said if needed. So I didn't know if you was gonna need me or not.
Do you recall who all was in the room with you at the time that you made those statements on December 28th, 2022?
When I initially,
No, when you said that they were true.
I never said they was true, Ms. Love. I initially, but this ain't nothing that I brought to your attention. You brought this to my attention. I never been in a room with anyone and said this stuff was true.
All right, we'll come back to that.
Right?
All right. At the time that do you remember addressing these statements in court ever?
Yeah, I remember. Like I told you yesterday. I remember when I signed, I was gonna be able to get on the stand, and if you call me and explain my truth of this, but this nothing that I directly told you. This agreement, I never stated any of this stuff in this document to you or anybody else.
All right. Do you remember initialing certain terms of your plea agreement called sentencing acknowledgements?
We went through this yesterday, Ms. Love.
Do you remember initialing
No,
terms?
I don't remember.
Looking at page 5 of 7 of State's Exhibit 444 Yankee. Without reading it out loud, does that refresh your memory?
What number you say?
Page 5 of 7.
And what you want me to read?
Looking at section 5, which goes on into page 6, does looking at that refresh your memory as to whether or not you read and initialed sentencing acknowledgements?
I probably didn't understand it.
Okay. Does looking at that document refresh your memory as to whether or not you read and acknowledged sentencing acknowledgements on December 28th, 2022?
You said, could you repeat what you said?
Does looking at 444 Yankee, the document in front of you, refresh your memory as to whether or not you read and acknowledged the sentencing acknowledgements contained on page 5 and 6?
I don't even remember reading it, but I see my initial, but I never read it to understand.
So then the document does not refresh your recollection?
I see my initial right there, and I just read it.
So do you now remember reading and acknowledging?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Would you look at number 4 on page 6 of 7?
You said number 4?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I see that.
Is there any part of the sentence contained in number 4 that today, right here and now, you do not understand?
No, I didn't understand.
No, I'm asking you right here and now, is there any part that you do not understand?
No, I don't understand. Could I talk to my lawyer? Miss Judge, could I? Thank you.
I wonder if part of his plea agreement has him obligated to say the things that they typed out, like that, statement of acknowledgements, and how her tone has just changed. I'm wondering
All right, I'm sure everybody has time to use the restroom if they need to while they confer.
if he's obligated to agree what they typed out, where he was just signing and recognizing what that plea agreement meant for his freedom. Are we getting a clinic on making sure you read through all the documents? That's such a tedious task. I don't know of many times that I've done that myself. But anyway, I'm going to fast forward through this break and we'll get him right back on the stand. And I didn't expect for that to happen, y'all. It looks like we may be caught back up with the rest of the class. Wow, I'm going to rewind a little bit and come back just to make sure. I did not expect that. Um, anyway, give me a moment.
Something's not true.
Number 8 is not entirely true.
Never said I threatened. I said if he was looking for me, I had something for him.
All right. Do you 2022, did you understand it? All right. The whole thing. Do as the court instructs. What would you have me do?
I guess yell.
Doing that.
Well,
whole-
IT was just here because apparently yes, I'll ask them. Yep.
My apologies. I guess I should have dealt with it. I didn't want to stop him from doing what he was doing.
No, that needed to be done too.
And the second thing was I checked with members of my team about whether or not any of the jurors' faces were displayed publicly at the time that I went to mute the mic. And from 2 sources, I have been assured that the camera did not leave Mr. Sledge
Okay.
and did not publish to anyone the jurors'
All right.
faces.
That's good. Thank you.
So would the court be opposed to reassuring the jury? I know that I wasn't looking at them, so I didn't.
I'm not going to do that out here. The deputy will
Thank
let
you.
them know that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think that hopefully the IT fix from last night, which messed up the juror chairs, was to move the camera that Zoom uses for the witness. And so hopefully we can use that camera from now on without it showing anybody other than the witness. And then we won't have to use this laptop, but yeah, we'll.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we know whether Mr. Sledge has had sufficient time to consult with his attorney?
Unless he's talking to him about something else. Mr. Wright came in and said that he had,
They are ready.
yes.
Okay. Well, I don't know if we are, but if you do want to let them know, it is what Ms. Love relayed. Thank you. And then, yeah, they are ready. We are ready. I don't know if you heard or not. Did you sign the? Yeah. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Welcome back, Mr. Sledge. Have you had enough time? Your Honor, is this working?
Doesn't sound like it.
I can hear you right here.
Judge, I'm gonna use my outside voice. I don't think either of you working. And
Let's try, no, mine's Doesn't seem to be either. What a shocker.
Mic check. Mic check. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? No, no, no.
Good luck. I mean, maybe there's something going on with it, but
That perhaps when they, I don't know.
I mean, who knows what it is? And they are allegedly urgently dealing with a fix, but thus far, every fix they've tried has not been a fix. I will send yet another email.
Judge, I will do as the court instructs. What would you have me do?
I guess yell. I mean, we have supposedly a backup, but I think the only one who knows how to run the backup that didn't work a few days ago is my staff attorney, who, while not an IT person, is the best we have, but she's not here with us today. So I don't know what to say. Just speak loudly.
All right, if there is anyone to the right of me who cannot hear me, Your Honor, if they would just let the court know, I will speak even louder without bursting anyone's ears. Mr. Sledge, have you had enough time to speak with your attorney?
Yes,
Having spoken with your attorney, are you able now to tell the jury whether you recall looking at number 4 on page 6 of 7 on December 28th of 2022?
yes,
Did you understand number 4?
yes,
Do you understand number 4 today?
yes.
What is your understanding of number 4 of the sentencing acknowledgements?
I guess it says you fail to refuse and promise to make this eternity.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
If you refuse to,
Mr. Sledge, do me a favor. I don't want you to read it,
oh,
and I need you to use as
I,
loud a voice as you can.
it's gonna be hard.
But
If I,
tell the jury without reading it what your understanding of number 4 is.
my understanding for number 4 is, if you refuse about count 30 in indictment. We got to figure something out.
Can you speak up any
Alright.
louder?
No,
Can you hear me?
it's gonna be hard, man.
So
I'm talking loud as I can.
Say
I'm talking loud as I
Now
can.
Can y'all hear it?
if you need to move, I understand.
Use that mic.
It's not working.
No, when you were talking loudly a second.
Something's working.
I can hear the judge in his mic. When you was talking in that, I can hear you in his mic, but it not letting me. Yeah.
So that everybody in the
You
court.
can move if you need to. You can hear now? Okay, well,
This one. This the one I'm talking to.
pull it down some, it moves. All right.
Yes.
Tell the jury your understanding of what the 4th portion of your sentencing acknowledgement requires.
If you fail to testify,
Testify about what?
acknowledgement,
When you say acknowledgements, what do you mean?
by truthfully what I know, I thought. That's what my understanding.
Did you have the same attorney you referenced yesterday in court?
Yeah. Yes.
The one that you had for 15 years, did when you were looking at the sentencing acknowledgements that are contained in 444 Yankee?
Yes,
Did you have an opportunity to go over each of them with your attorney?
I did, but it was a short time. It was kind of fast.
During that short time, were you comfortable enough expressing to your attorney things that you didn't understand?
Yeah, I did tell him certain things I didn't understand, but
And did
not
you,
every time. Not every time.
what things did you not understand that you did not talk about with your attorney?
When I signed that agreement, I just thought when I get up there, I would be able to explain my truth.
And going back to all that is in the document, do you recall raising your hand and swearing under oath to tell the truth on December 28th, 2022?
Yes, I'm telling my truth. Yes.
Is your truth different than just any other truth?
I guess.
And what do you mean by that?
I thought I would be able to explain an explanation of the reason of me signing the plea agreement.
Okay, let me ask you this. On December 28th, 2022, did you go into a courtroom in front of a judge?
Yes,
And did you swear an oath to tell the truth of every question that was asked of you?
yes.
At the time that you swore that oath, who all was in the courtroom with you?
I want to say you and my attorney
Who else?
and Mr. Glanville.
All right.
I don't know the other people, the court reporter and stuff like that. I don't know they not.
Other than me, people that you recognize as being a part of my team, the judge, the court reporter, and deputies, was there anybody else in that courtroom with you when you raised your right hand and swore to tell the truth?
No,
After raising your hand and swearing to tell the truth, were you asked about the factual acknowledgements contained in States 444 Yankee?
yes,
As it relates to the factual acknowledgements, did you swear under oath that each of those factual acknowledgements is true?
not to the ones I was trying to have you to change.
So, Mr. Sledge, would you please tell the jury your truth today regarding, let's start with the numbers. And in fact, Your Honor, the state tenders pages 3 through 7 of State's Exhibit 444 Yankee.
I object to coming into evidence, Your Honor, if it's being used just as a demonstrative and not
It is,
Go ahead.
I'm not using it as a demonstrative. I am tendering it as substantive evidence, as a prior inconsistent statement, given the witness's testimony, and given that he seems to lack an independent recollection of certain portions of it, as a past recollection recorded and as impeachment by contradiction.
I did not hear anything that needs, does not recall, I have not heard that, and he acknowledged it, he's explaining his answer.
So some of this is certainly a prior inconsistent statement. I mean, it may be that it needs to be more narrowed down than that.
Mr. Sledge, I'm going to show you pages 3 through 7 of State's Exhibit 444 Yankee. And Your Honor, I separated out the first two, and I'm
All
going
right.
to pass them back to Ms. Moore. Mr. Sledge, would you please take a look at pages 3 through 7, and without reading out loud all of those lines, read to yourself and tell the jury what numbers you are testifying today are not true. Name all of the numbers that you're saying on 444 Yankee, pages 3 through 7, that are not true today.
You said 1 through 7?
On pages 3 through 7, sitting before you now.
Okay.
You want to just use this piece of paper
Yeah, but I
and
thought,
jot down the numbers. Just jot down the numbers of everyone that you're saying today are not true.
from my understanding, I thought we couldn't talk about 3 through 6.
Oh, no, I need for you just to write down on the piece of paper in front of you each number that today you are testifying is not true. That's all I need you to do.
So there's a part 4 that is numbers 1 through 16, and then a part 5 that's 1 through 6. So just do part 4 and then part 5.
What the judge said.
I don't see one on this one, Ms. Lord. Not on 3 through 7. That what you said? Or do I need to flip on the rest of the pages?
Mr. Sledge. Mr. Sledge,
Yes.
do you understand what I'm asking you to do?
Yeah, you said write down the ones that I'm saying not true today.
Do you understand what the judge said?
You know what? Maybe just go through it one at a time. Have him look at part 4, number 1, and
Sure.
say, is that true or not?
All right, let's do it that way.
Okay.
You keep
Oh,
the
I'll
document,
give
get
you a
back the
pen.
pen. Thank
Okay.
you. All right, let's start with number 1. Today is your testimony that it is true or false? And to be clear, today, your testimony today, is it true or false? Is it true or false? Number one.
I agree with some of it, not all of it.
So is number one as a whole, like the whole part of number one, is it inaccurate or accurate?
It's accurate.
Even the parts that you don't agree with, you're now saying are accurate?
I agree that it all accurate
Why did you say that there were parts you didn't agree with?
because I was looking at the increase of notorious street credibility.
Mr. Sledge, has anyone encouraged you to do anything other than be honest today?
No,
Okay. So would you please tell the jury whether the factual acknowledgement labeled number one under section 4 is true or false?
true,
All right. Number 2, is it true or false?
true,
Number 3, is it true or false?
true.
The whole thing.
I see the part where it say threat, the harm. I didn't threat to harm him. I just made a statement.
So let's put it this way. If any part of either one of these,
But
to your testimony today, if any part is inaccurate, then we're going to call it false. Okay?
But from my understanding, I thought when I signed, I'd be able to explain, but okay, you can say true.
Mr. Sledge,
Hang on. Yes. Use your mic. I think they're back for the moment.
May I object to the form of that question, please? We're just going to call it. Let the witness testify, not the state.
Your Honor, I'm framing my question in a way or manner that the witness hopefully can clearly understand. He seems to,
Okay,
I'm trying to frame
Can we
the-
not argue?
Hang on.
I'll rephrase the question.
Thank you.
Mr. Sledge,
Yes,
for the purposes of my questions to you right now, if you disagree with any part of any one of these statements, we will call that, for the purpose of this question, false. If you agree that the entire statement is true, we will call it true. Do you understand what I'm saying?
yes,
All right. So, understanding that, number 1, is it true or false?
true,
Number 2, is it true or false?
true,
Number 3, is it true or false?
true.
All of it.
Yes, true,
Number 4, true or false?
true,
Number 5, true or false?
true,
Number 6, true or false?
true,
Number 7, true or false?
false,
Number 8, true or false?
false,
Number 9, true or false?
false,
Number 10, true or false?
I could say true,
Number 11, true or false?
true,
Number 12, true or false?
true,
Number 13, true or false?
True.
Now, looking at page 5, the sentencing acknowledgements. If you today understand the whole sentence, tell me, yes, I understand. Because my question is going to be, do you understand each of these sentencing acknowledgements? Okay?
Yes.
All right. If you today do not understand any part of any particular one, then tell me, no, I do not understand today.
Right.
All right. So number 1, do you understand today, number 1?
What, we went down to number 5 right here?
Yes,
To
sir.
number
Page-
1?
Yes, sir. Page 5 of 7.
Yes, part 5, number 1.
Yes.
And number 2, do you understand number 2? Yes or no?
Yes.
Number 3, do you understand number 3? Yes or no?
Yes.
Number 4 on page 6, do you understand number 4? Yes or no?
Yes.
Number 5, do you understand number 5? Yes or no?
Yes.
Number 6, do you understand number 6? Yes or no?
Yes.
And the paragraph underneath number 6, do you understand that paragraph? Yes or no?
Yes.
Do you need time to look at it some more?
No.
My next set of questions deal with your understanding on December 28th, 2022. I'm going to ask you again about the statements underneath part 5, starting on page 5 of 7. Okay?
Yes.
All right. So now we're talking about your understanding on December 28th, 2022 with the same set of rules. If you understood all of it, please answer yes. If on December 28th, 2022, you did not understand any part of it, please answer no, okay? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
All right.
All right. Can I get some clarification? Because
Yeah.
you're saying you're asking the same thing, but
And I
for
already
2 different
said-
time periods.
Thank you.
Your questions, I'm asking Ms. Love that.
No.
For number 4, previously were, is it true or false?
So, Your Honor, we're not talking about number 4.
Oh, you're just asking that about number 5.
That is
Okay.
correct.
All right. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Sledge, as it relates to part 5, beginning on page 5 of 7, and your understanding on December 28th, 2022, if you understood all of it on December 28th, 2022, please answer yes. If there was any part of it you didn't understand, please answer no, okay?
Yes.
All right.
I got you. I know what you're saying.
Number 1, on December 28th, 2022, did you understand it?
No, I didn't understand though.
Number 2, on December 28th, 2022, did you understand?
No, I didn't understand that one either.
Okay.
Because I didn't even know I said that.
Number 3, on December 28th, 2022, did you understand it?
No, I didn't understand that one either, Ms. Love.
All right. Number 4, on December 28, 2022, did you understand it?
No, I didn't understand that one either.
Number 5, on December 28, 2022, did you understand it?
You just asked me about these same questions.
No, sir. I'm talking about back on December 28, 2022.
I didn't understand it.
You did not understand number 5 either?
No, ma'am.
And number 6, on December 28, 2022, did you understand it?
No, I didn't really understand that one either.
The paragraph underneath number 6, on page 6 of 7, did you understand it?
No, because I never even read this. I didn't understand.
You did not understand that paragraph?
No.
Okay. We're going to backtrack just a little bit. Would you please turn to page 5? And now, going back to the true or false answers, if any part of the factual acknowledgements I'm about to ask you about are untrue, then please answer false as it relates to today. If they are true in their entirety, please answer true as your testimony today. Okay?
Yes.
All right. Number 14 on page 5 of 7 under the section labeled factual acknowledgement. Today is your testimony that it is true or false.
Truth, I could say truth about that.
Say that again.
True.
Okay. Number 15, true or false?
True.
Number 16, true or false?
I say false, but I don't agree with everything they say in it. So I say false.
Okay. Thank you. Starting with the first factual acknowledgement you said was false. Am I correct that it was number 7 on page 407?
Yes, I told you that one was false.
Everyone before that was true. Is that right?
No, yes, I told you number 7, number 8, and number 9, and number 10 were false.
You said number 10 was false.
Yeah. Oh no, I said it was true. My bad. I had to read it over. I'm sorry.
Okay. So as it relates to number 7, is it the portion before the first comma or after the first comma that contains what you now say is false?
I say the one false by told.
Okay. So is
Yeah,
there
'cause
testimony
nobody-
that you were never told?
I was never told.
Okay. Number 8, which part of number 8 is false?
I misunderstood that the whole thing false.
What did you misunderstand? What do you mean?
Because I didn't know it said personally. I thought it was I thought when my lawyer was explaining, he said responsible. I never knew it said personally, no, because can't personally know I wasn't there.
What do you mean when you say you thought it was responsible?
Because I was charged with it, Ms. Love. That's why
Okay.
I was charged with the murder. So I was thinking like,
Were you indicted for murder?
no, I never got indicted for it.
Okay.
But I was
So,
charged.
Yes.
That he be allowed to finish his
Yeah,
answers.
let him explain.
please continue.
Yes, I was charged by the DA office.
So how does that factor into your misunderstanding about the meaning?
Cause I didn't know it said, it's a defenseless person and know one or more YSL member that committed the murder. I don't personally know. I wasn't there and no one never spoke it to me. So I can't say I personally know.
Okay.
If I personally knew I was there, I witnessed, I seen you do it.
Okay.
But other than that, I can't say I personally know that.
What about number 9? What part of number 9 is false? All of it or just some of it? As you testify today.
He gave YSL's associate money to lay low. And that's what it say right there.
Is it your testimony today that the portion that reads, he gave YSL Associates money to lay low is false?
Yes, that's false.
Mr. Sledge, do you have any recollection of asking?
Well, what I would say, the word, you used the word lay low. I would have used the word to get family members out of harm's way. That's what I would have used.
Is it
If
your,
I'd have gave you this, that's what I would have said. I wouldn't have said he gave us money to lay low.
is it your testimony that you did not send those words to the state through your lawyer? Is that your testimony today?
I try to get my lawyer to change this because my words was to get out of harm's way. I don't know how it still became lay low. My words and the notes that my lawyer took down, it was to get me and my family out of harm's way because on January the 10th, I was accused of the murder. By the streets, not by your district attorney office.
Understood. All right. Thank you for clarifying all of that. At what point, Mr. Sledge, going now to the sentencing acknowledgements, starting with number 1, where you say you understand it today, but did not understand it on December 28, 2022. What happened to cause you to understand it?
What number 1 on the first page? You
Page
lost
5
me.
of 7,
Yeah, so you lost me.
under section 5. You want me to point it out? That one. Are you with me?
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
All right. Do you recall telling the jury a few minutes ago, you understand it now, but didn't understand it on December 28, 2022?
I don't understand it now because I read it.
Is that the only thing that happened between today and December 28, 2022, which caused you to understand it, where you didn't understand it on December 28, 2022?
Yeah, I didn't understand it on December 28, 20, whatever day it was, because I actually didn't read it.
Did you hear it?
No, it was basically when certain things were said. I was stopping, so I don't recall this even being read to me.
Okay. What about number 2? What happened to cause you to understand it today and not understand it December 28th of 2022?
I just said it wasn't read to me,
Okay.
but I actually reading it myself, I understood now. But on the day that I signed, I don't even recall this even being there. I just initial.
Okay.
It was never read off to me.
Is that the same answer for number 3,
Yes.
4, 5, 6, and the paragraph up under number 6?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for clearing that up. So, going back to page 3 of 7, number 1. Do you remember yesterday I asked you, how were the crimes that you committed? How did you mean for them to boost the street credibility of YSL?
The booster street credit of YSL
Yes.
brought females around, people wanting to hang.
Did it make people scared of YSL too?
No.
Is the crime that you were referring to in count 1 that drive-by shooting that you
I thought we
committed?
couldn't talk about that. The drive-by shooting.
Oh, yes, you can.
My drive-by shooting?
Your drive-by shooting?
Yes.
All right. And is it your testimony today that you committed or participated in that drive-by shooting
Yes.
to boost the reputation of YSL to bring females around?
No, but what I was saying, like, I just don't think it was to boost the credibility. I never knew that the question even said to boost a notorious street credibility. I didn't know the question said that at the bottom. I knew about the top part.
All right.
That's why I signed to it, because I knew me and Zachary and Gunnington
All right.
pleaded guilty to doing a drive-by shoot.
What about,
Okay. Disregard that anybody other
Oh,
than Mr.
say it.
Sledge may have pled guilty to anything about this crime.
Right.
and I did admonish him of that.
No, you didn't.
Yeah.
Not today. Probably yesterday, not today.
Number 3, as it relates to you only. How did threatening to harm Shell Kale count as you're acting on behalf of YSL? What did it do for YSL when you threatened to harm Shell Kale?
It didn't do nothing, because me and Shell Kale seen each other 1,000 times and it never happened. So it didn't do nothing.
Because who in Shell Kale?
I said, me and Shell Kale seen each other, me and him, seen each other 1,000 times and nothing never happened. So I don't.
You acknowledge within that statement that on behalf of YSL, you threatened to harm a person named Kale?
I never said I threatened. I said if he was looking for me, I had something for him.
All right. Do you remember earlier when you were reading section 3 of part 4 on page 3 that I asked you if any part of it was false, to tell me today, if you count it as false, to label it false?
I probably couldn't hear you. Probably couldn't hear you as clear, but I know for a fact, like, you in the video, I never threatened him. I just said if he was looking for me.
Okay. So is it
Well, that part,
testimony
I say
that-
that part down there is false.
Okay, so we're going to label that as false, number 3.
Okay.
All right. Number 4, is there any part of number 4 that is false?
Yeah, the date. That's all I could see.
Okay. Other than the date, is there any part of number 4 that is false? Read it carefully.
Yeah, and I would say the video part.
So without talking about what part, just if there is any part that is false, please just tell me false.
See, I didn't even know how to say this. Yeah, that's false too.
All right. Mr. Sledge, did you read earlier when I was going over them? Did you read each of these?
I didn't read that part. I missed out on that. On the video part at the bottom.
Number 5, how many sentences is in number 5? Is there only one sentence?
No, it say.
No, without reading it, is there more than one sentence in number 5?
Yes.
There's more than one sentence.
No, it's one complete sentence.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Now, did you read that one complete sentence a moment ago when I asked you about number 5 under section 4?
No, I didn't read it completely. I didn't read it and understand it at first, but now I do.
So with your new understanding,
It'll be false.
Okay. Number 6. Read it, please. Fully.
Defense admitted.
No, not allowed. Not allowed.
I thought you
Yourself,
said
my
read it.
apologies. My apologies.
I see what it say down there, but
Is any part of number 6 false? Because if it is, I would like for you to say false.
false.
Now, do I have it correct that your testimony today is that number 3 is not entirely true?
Yes.
Number 4 is not entirely true?
Yes.
Number 5 is not entirely true?
Yes.
Number 6 is not entirely true?
Yes.
Number 7 is not entirely true?
Yeah, number 7 is not true.
Number 8 is not entirely true?
Not true.
Number 9 is not entirely true?
Not true.
And number 16 is not entirely true.
You said 16?
Yes, sir, on page 5 of 7 at the top. Number 16.
Yes, not true.
Okay, all right.
But you remember I explained to you about number 7, 8, 9. I try to get you the 10. I try to get you I say 7, 8, and 9. I try to get you to change at the time and you wouldn't change.
Okay. That's your testimony. All right. So, of all of the factual acknowledgements contained in section 4, from 1 to 16, is it your testimony today that the only ones that are true fully are number 1,
number 2, number 10.
That was a misstatement of the testimony.
Then Your Honor, that was a question that he can correct if I have it wrong.
Overruled.
I didn't, so,
I'll start over. Is it your testimony today that of all the factual acknowledgements in section 4 from 1 to 16, the only ones that are true in their entirety are number 1, number 2, number 10, number 11, number 12, number 13, number 14, and number 15?
yes,
Have you had enough time to carefully read those to ensure that I've accurately stated what your testimony is?
yes,
All right. So if number 1 is true in its entirety, how were the crimes you committed intended to benefit YSL?
what you talking about? What, a hand signals?
No, sir.
Oh,
You said that it was true in its entirety, didn't you?
yes,
Number 1?
yes,
So I'm talking about the part about committing crimes to benefit YSL. How have the crimes that you've committed how did you intend that they benefit YSL?
I guess to the street credibility,
What does that mean?
street credibility.
What do you mean? You guessed
I
the
guess
street
people
cred-
notice YSL.
Notice what about YSL?
We'll handle our business, I guess.
What now?
We'll do what we gotta do.
What does that mean?
Stand up for yourself.
Stand up for yourself. How?
Defend yourself.
And what does that consist of for you? What did that consist of?
I don't get what you're asking.
What did you mean when you said defend yourself?
Oh, defend myself from anybody in the world.
How did you defend yourself to show that nobody should mess with YSL? What ways did you do that? Is that a fair question?
I committed a drive-by shooting.
To show you don't mess with YSL.
Right.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Was that drive-by shooting against a rival gang member?
It don't say that in that question.
I'm asking you.
I didn't consider it as a rival gang member at the time.
So how was that drive-by shooting going to show anybody that you don't mess with YSL?
Cause they jumped on Gunnington.
Oh, okay.
All right, Evan, and we're going to need to break early for lunch
Right.
today to accommodate an issue with one of the jurors. So I don't know if I let y'all know that before, but we're going to break right now. Okay. And we will break for, let's see. Let's come back at 12:45.
All right, this is interesting because I don't know what this testimony is going to mean for the state. And does this put him in jeopardy of like the plea agreement, because he agreed to one thing and the state gave him that, his sentencing or whatever that is. But then now, as he's in court, it's not what he agreed to, or it's not what he said.
All right,
Especially
unless there's anything anybody needs to put on the record, I'll see everybody back at 12:45.
especially that part about him seeing the part about the knowledge of the murder thing, because I was wondering, even if they connect him to YSL as a gang or connect him to Thug as a gang member, they still have to prove the RICO part. And a big part of that is the murder of Donovan Thomas. That if that's the murder of Donovan Thomas that supposedly Thug ordered. So now, as a juror, I'm hearing of a third person that was charged in that murder, and it stuck with Shannon Stillwell. And it looks like it stuck with Shannon Stillwell based off of Woody's recanted interview. And now this guy's recanted statement. Okay, let me go to the comment. That's what I was wondering, if his testimony violates the terms of his probation. I agree with you. I agree with you. So, and his attorney is there, so I guess he'll get some more time with him. But he's saying that, so I think it's a good I mean, it was a good thing, but when the defense fought to make sure that the jurors knew who the state was, like how they handle their witnesses, in their care, I think that that's even more important now. Because what I heard this witness say, I said one thing and I sent these notes for you guys to change it because I wasn't there. He was talking about the murder. So I can't say that I saw these people do this or I saw this person do that because I wasn't there. I don't know. And he gave it to his attorney. His attorney is the middleman. And so it's two questions. Did the state say no? If he want this agreement, this is what he's going to have to say. And the attorney goes back and say, okay, not knowing that it would get flushed out this way. Or, I mean, that's the only thing that I can think of, because Woody said that they had charged him with the murder when he was over there in the feds with the gun charge. And they came and charged him with the murder. She said, were you ever indicted? So I guess them saying that they're charging it and him being indicted makes it untrue or whatever, because she asked that question. But Woody had the same scenario. That's why he kept firing his state appointed federal people, because they were trying to do the same thing. That is all very interesting to me. Because to me as a juror, and I know that I'm paying a very close attention, but to me as a juror, this is the third time that I've heard that. And I've seen how the state play dirty. I've even seen them do it in court. So my question would be, can what this witness say, is it really his testimony, or is it the state's testimony or one of their coercion tactics to kind of get what they want? That was interesting. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, I'm just like, I don't know I'm going to do some research about that plea agreement thing. They're too far to charge him, because it sounds like he pled out. He didn't plead out to the murder because he didn't do it. He did the drive-by or whatever that was. And he gave them Shannon Stillwell as the person who did it. So now they can't go back and charge him. And I mean, they talking about stuff from 2012, 2015. I know in Woody's his immunity, it was one of the big issues about them giving him immunity and like forcing that on him to force him to testify was the immunity wasn't needed because the statute of limitations had ran out. So with this guy, they can't go back and charge him, but what happens if your plea agreement becomes null and void? Does it mean that you automatically get those years, like your probation or whatever it is revoked? Because I think he's on probation. Does that mean it's revoked and you are charged of these crimes or whatever? I need to do some research just because I'm interested to see how that plays out. He did not seem to change his tune much after he met with his attorney. It was a lot that it was like they were putting words in his mouth. That's the best way I can put it. And him standing up for himself and probably standing up for the too, because he's defending him in some of his responses. But him standing up for himself is like, no, you said that you put this in front of me. I never said this. You came to me with this. So, and given how she responded to it and how upset she got, like you can tell if I was in his shoes and dealing with her in these moments, I would have, like how Woody said, the way you questioning me, the way your aggression is, the way I don't know if you're getting ready to arrest me right now. And if I was in his seat today, I would be saying, the way you questioning me, the way you answering me, are you going to revoke my probation? Am I getting ready to get locked up? Like are you going to treat me like a hostile witness? Like, and I know that they have a job to do. Um, and I find myself not liking her much because I kind of feel that way anyway, I guess. But I did not like her display today. I didn't like it at all. And this is supposed to be your witness. And because he's not giving you what you want, and it's obvious that he doesn't, I mean, it isn't the Woody deficit, but there is still a deficit. And she immediately turns to aggression versus trying to help him understand. So is that because you're guilty and you are switching up stuff? Or is it because you're impatient or because you look really bad? Like, there's a lot. Let's see what the comment. It makes everything so messy. Exactly. How can a jury agree to convict? Is it possible everyone is going to skate? Can you imagine? Girl, that's what I was. If they get a mistrial, one, all of those people that pled out, that goes away, I think. Because the trial kind of goes away. And then two, these guys all have these plea agreements. And I mean, it's another witness that's lined up right after him. And he's taking a lot more time because of a lot more time because of all the things that's happening in between. But that is a great question because I'm like, is the next witness going to be like, I didn't say that. Yeah, put that in there. Like, it's so messy and so confusing. Here we are in front of the jury with the witness that should just blatantly be testifying to these statements, that these bullet points, like this is this. And as he's reading it, he's like, that's not what I said. I didn't agree to that. So wow. I guess we'll go ahead and get on past lunch, but it is very messy. It's hard to follow. And as a juror, with Woody's testimony, because we left off on that day in their cross-examining, thinking that Woody could have been the person that actually did this. Like, Kenneth Copeland probably is that guy. it doesn't matter because he has immunity if he did. And they did so many things to him, and he didn't really give them much. But you're kind of looking at Shannon Stillwell like, did he say that it was you just to kind of get the state off of him? And kudos to him because it worked. Wow. Then we get here where this guy, Sledge, is supposed to point to Thug as the Rico man and solidify that. Because if his testimony is coming off of Woody, he's supposed to confirm all the things that Woody kind of set place, and that blew up. So, and then his knowledge of the murder, and now he's saying, I don't know, I wasn't there. Like, this is a mess, and it is a ring around the rosy of who killed Donovan Thomas. Day 123 of this trial. That is insane. We're on the same page, girlfriend. This is a mess. This is a mess. She even had the judge confused because the judge needed clarity. She needed clarity as well. This is a hot mess because I was surprised that he was charged. So that gives me the whole coercion thing. And then she said that he was never indicted. So to me, that's kind of like a tactic because they had also charged Woody. Anywho, I'm gonna fast forward and get us back on track. Let's see. I think that car had at least 3 people in it. Woody rolled on Shannon. He did. Threat was taken out. We may never know. You are exactly right. You are exactly right. And you just made me reminded me of the point where the other piece, because a big part of his thing is Thug paid him to lay low. So whereas Woody, they were kind of saying that he gave Woody resources to go to Miami to lay low. That was a term that was in there, and part of his thing is Thug paid him to lay low. And where Woody said the detective told us to go and get away because things are hot. And he said he did not say lay low. He said to basically get out of harm's way. And that computes to me like they took what he said and made their own interpretation and used it as evidence, which is on brand for how the state operates. Because going to lay low is like how you said, Amy, going to lay low is 2 totally different understandings. Um, like, ooh, I done did something wrong and I need to take cover before they find out. That's how I see lay low. Me getting my family out of harm's way, especially when he said that he was charged, that would mean that his family and his people would be in jeopardy of retaliation for Donovan Thomas murder. So 2 totally different contexts that imply 2 totally different things. And the other piece was when she was harping on the gang thing and him saying that they were a gang, and he's saying that it was a neighborhood kind of thing, like people all kind of rep the neighborhood. And what you keep saying it was a gang in that sense, but it wasn't the gang. And I started thinking about the Little Rascals, and I think the Peanuts were called the gang one time. Like I was thinking about the innocence of that. So I went and looked it up, and as a verb, the verb definition is totally different from the noun definition of the gang. So that was something else that was interesting. Lay low occurred with the wording ascribed to these 2 witnesses. Yep. The state's rephrasing. Sounds like it. Girl, we are in a rabbit hole of the state's mess. it's just a mess, and it's just on brand with them. Like how the defense attorneys be objecting to them, making statements as if it's facts. That's the term. Making these statements as if they are facts. Very crazy. I don't know if this stuff is going to stick. I want to see how his kind of continues to play out. And now I'm interested because she had no choice but to kind of recover from that and say, okay, well, we're just going to go with, all right, now that you've given me everything that's false, that didn't, that I can't ask you about, now we're going to get into this thing. And then as this gentleman is even reading those statements, the ones that are supposed to be okay to go forward with, he's like, well, wait a minute. Well, wait a minute. Well, wait a second. You're saying this and I didn't say that. So, and I don't think that these guys are intelligent enough, not to say that they're not intelligent, but given the amount of years since, these things, she's asking him from 2012, then we get into 2015, and I think we're at 2021 with these agreements. I don't see them, making these agreements and then coming to court 3 years later and it's like, wait a minute, that wording is tricky, or like as a forethought to play the state. Now, Woody, he played him. He was also smart enough to not sign a plea. He never pled. They wanted him to, but he never did that. So their card was immunity for him. But this guy, I just don't see him playing them in that way. It seems like some trickery involved. Yes, where is the solid evidence? Exactly. We have a car rental and some social media posts. And they even did that video, which Thug looks, I didn't even recognize him in this video because I don't really know him other than what he how he has represented in this trial since I started taking interest, which would be around June 10th, right? So that guy in the video, where he was supposed to be in the background, kind of like echoing, that didn't even look like Thug to me. He looks so much more healthy now. But even that video, he's saying, I told you that I wasn't in that video, that I don't see myself in there. And so when she was like, well, was that your voice back there? And he was like, I mean, it sounded like me, but I can't say that I was there. And then when she said somebody met with you and showed you the video or something like that, like when we met a few weeks before, and she was like, did I have my cell phone with me? He said, Miss Love, you had your computer and your cell phone. Like he basically called her a lie to her face. And I would believe it because she been lying love through this whole this whole case. But I love how he respectfully like checks her. Even when she said, and I admonished of him of that, he said, no, you didn't. I mean, you might have had yesterday, but you ain't do that today. You should have reminded me. Like when he said him and the other person in the drive-by, and the judge was like, wait a minute, like she caught it. And she said, and I admonished him of that too. And he was like, no, you didn't. And when the little meek attorney, I like him. I have to remember his name. He's representing one of the ones to the front, and he made his objection about her questioning, which obviously was inappropriate, because once he said, do we have to argue? Like, can we not? Like, he even sounded exhausted, and she was like, I'll rephrase. He looks so much better nowadays, and he may be having health problems in jail, but he looks fit. He was so thin back then. I agree. I really hope, like, to me, he's kind of like in that video, I was like, oh my goodness, he's kind of scary. Not that I would say that I would be afraid of him, but he just looks scary, and he looks like someone who is innocent. And that may not be the best thing, but he looks like an innocent artist trying to bring his hood up out the dirt. And, even him starting the YSL label in the name of his hood, YSL or whatever, like none of that seems criminal to me. And he does look so much more healthy. And I just, you want someone who has committed crimes or done things that they're not supposed to answer for that. But I still keep finding myself back in the same space. Like, give the evidence and the proof that that's what they did. Don't just give me a theory and try to convince me with argument when it affects this man's life. And his mom is in there every day. Child's too much. But I agree. He looks so much better. He definitely looked better than he did on that video. And I just hope that this kind of changes, whatever trajectory that he may have been on, maybe that is far behind him, and we see a different representation of these artists going forward. If this can all work in their benefit, a lot can be done further down the lane in terms of the community and changing that whole persona. um Maybe not idolizing it so much in terms of the youth. So I'm still glad that it's all coming forward, but I just don't see how a jury is going to convict. It is so confusing and so messy, quite sloppy even, and we haven't seen a witness so far um that is really not in favor of the defense. Let's get to it. I'm going to mute the mic. I'm still watching the comments, though. We can keep chatting, and I'm going to get us past the break. Child, let's hope I did it right this time. The last time I was at the end. Oh, my goodness. They should be coming right back. Let's see what the comment says. Okay, here. Totally agree. It's definitely not a slam dunk. Girl, it's a foul on the play. It's a foul on the play, and the defense is over there at the free throw line. Like, they're playing with these men's lives. And I'm gonna be on DA Love's neck because I want to know what else she's done, considering what her resume says and how many people's lives she's had in her hands, and seeing the way that she's operating. This is supposed to be a big case for her, child. Let's get to it. Not a technical foul. We about to eject them out of the game. The defense been trying to get him ejected. They keep arguing it. Girl. All right, let's get to it. It is much funner for us this time. It's much funner a phrase. I'll make up some stuff, girl. I buck against Webster all the time. But I am not as stressed as I was. This has been a good moment for me. So let me not connect emotionally with this guy on the stand. I am gonna look up while they're starting. I'm gonna look up and see how this could affect his plea agreement. I want to see if I can find it. Look, and get their coach. Let's get Fannie Willis up in here. See what she does. Cause child. Girl, a mess. Oh my goodness. Mm-mm-mm. That was funny.
break a little bit early today. It depends. uh, Awaiting word on something.
Just sound like she want to go to the locker room too. She's over these people. It's like, what am I sitting on?
Okay, I mean, I don't. Okay, well, all right, Mr. Sledge, you're comfortable? We'll, I guess, try to get word to Mr. Wright, although he should have heard the 12:45 time. If you need him while you're testifying, just let me know. But in the meantime, you're comfortable just getting restarted without him? Is that all
Yes,
right? Okay, all right, let's get the jury. And somebody try to get, there he is.
Hey.
No problem. We've got everybody now. All right. Lev, you can resume.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, would the court inquire whether everyone on the far side of the courtroom can hear me using the phone?
Can y'all hear her? Maybe hold it a little closer.
There's your answer.
Hello?
She wants to know if we can hear.
No?
I can't hear y'all either. You can, all right, Mr. Harvey can hear you then.
Thank
I
you,
think we're
Judge.
good.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Sledge.
Good afternoon, Ms. Love.
All right. Mr. Sledge, looking back at states 444 Yankee, am I correct that you acknowledged number 10 on page 4 of 7 as true?
Yes.
So how was it that you knew that on January 10th, 2015, after the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., YSL Associates traveled to Miami, Florida with co-defendant and YSL founder Jeffrey Williams, AKA Young Thug? Tell the jury how you know that, please.
Because I knew he had a show for the next day and they was leaving that night. I just didn't go.
How were you familiar that he had a show the next day?
By talking to him. He invited me to the show and a video shoot. I didn't go
What made you not go?
because I was gonna stay in the city to protect my family because I was falsely accused of something I didn't commit.
Now, when you say falsely accused, on January the 10th, 2015, to your knowledge, had warrants been taken out for your arrest for Donovan Thomas's murder?
No, the street said it. So I wasn't gonna leave my kids and my family here knowing that if I supposedly did something, they probably would have tried to harm my family. And I'd do anything necessary to protect my family.
Understood.
What if it sent me to prison for the rest of my life?
How did you find out the streets were saying that you murdered Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I received fake DMs from fake page. Well, I received DMs from fake pages.
And what did the DMs, tell the jury about some of the DMs from fake pages that you received?
It stated that me and Kenneth Copeland just killed Nut.
And what was it, just saying that? Just Sledge and or Moontunk and Woody just killed Nut?
Yes.
Who was the page allegedly from? You
I
said
don't
fake
know.
pages.
It was a fake page, so it's a fake account. You wouldn't know who it is. I don't even remember the name on the account.
Did they call themselves Death to Snake Slimes or something to that effect?
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't recall.
Do you recall how many of those fake DMs you got?
I received them over years. Even once they dismissed it on me, I still received it.
Were you and Kenneth Copeland the only persons that were accused in those fake DMs of murdering Donovan Thomas?
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm not offering.
How about as to his personal knowledge?
Thank you. To your knowledge, within the DMs that you received, within those DMs, were you and Kenneth Copeland the only people accused or alleged by some unknown people to have been responsible for that murder?
Yes, on January the 10th.
And when you say on January 10th, you mean that on that day only, you and he were accused?
Yes.
Did anyone within those DMs allege or assert anything regarding YSL as a group?
No, they never said YSL in the DM.
Okay. Did, when you referenced for years you got them, at any point did YSL show up in the DMs that you got accusing you of Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yeah, probably over the years.
Okay. Do you know how many of those you got?
I can't recall. It was so many of them.
Okay. What did you do when you got those DMs? Did you take any action in particular?
I didn't even respond because I knew it wasn't true.
Did you share it with anybody?
No.
And when you say you knew it wasn't true, is that only as to your participation in the murder?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, were you working as head of security with Defendant Williams' label on January 10th, 2015?
No, I don't even think he was doing shows, but I wasn't going. I don't think he was doing shows, and I think I never went to the shows because I had a responsibility every day to get my kids to school.
Okay. So when were you working as head of security and didn't have to get your kids to school?
When we went on tour and other transportation was provided, I was able to go on tour with him.
And when was that?
I don't remember exactly the day the tour was.
I don't need specific dates. Can you tell the jury the
It was
year?
2015.
All right. Can you tell the jury whether it was summer, winter, spring, or fall in 2015?
I don't remember.
Was it after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
The tour was.
All right. Was that the first, second, third, or some other number tour that you went on with Jeffrey Williams?
I think that was the first tour.
Is that the tour you referred to yesterday?
Yes, the rodeo tour.
Yes. And
Yeah.
was that the tour that involved Travis Scott?
Yes.
Do you have any idea what month that tour began?
No, I don't.
Did you work from the beginning of that tour until the end of that tour?
No, I think we got sent home for some stupidity.
All right. Did you work at the beginning of that tour?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember where the first show was?
No.
All right. Do you remember generally the month that the first show was?
No.
Are you able to say, however, based on what you just said, that whatever it was after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with a person named Kelvin Treadwell who answers to the name O.G. Bentley?
Yes.
How do you know Kelvin Treadwell?
Around Atlanta.
How long have you known him?
I can't recall how long I've been knowing.
Has it been as long as you've known Defendant Williams?
No.
Has it been longer?
Shorter.
All right. Did you know him in 2015?
Yes.
Did you know him in 2014?
I'm not, I think so.
Do you-
think so.
Do you remember how you met?
Shooting the basketball in Cleveland Avenue Park.
All right. To your knowledge, at the time you met O.G. Bentley, was he YSL?
I don't know what Bentley was claiming.
But at that time that you met him, were you still claiming YSL?
Yes.
All right. To your knowledge, did Bentley ever work for YSL as a road manager or in any other capacity? Your knowledge.
I think so.
When?
It was 2015.
Now, when you say it was 2015, why do you say it the way that you did? Was it certainly no other time than 2015?
I just said it was 2015, Ms. Lowe.
Was it only
Which way I
2015?
said it? I ain't said no way, but it was 2015.
Okay. Was it only 2015?
I don't know. I wasn't around Bentley every time that they went on shows and stuff.
Were you around Defendant Williams every time they went on shows as head of security?
No, only when I went.
When did you not go besides when Donovan Thomas got killed?
It's a couple of times, man. I probably been on the tour, but there's a lot of shows that I didn't go to.
All right. How many shows did you go to? Do you remember?
I don't recall. There was so many I don't recall.
During the time that you were working as head of security and touring with Defendant Williams in 2015, to your knowledge, did O.G. Bentley work for YSL?
Could you repeat your question?
To your knowledge, did O.G. Bentley work with YSL during the time that you were touring and working as head of security with Defendant Williams in 2015?
I seen working like carrying bags, helping with the clothes, push the luggage in and stuff like that.
Besides carrying bags, working with the clothes, pushing luggage in,
Uh,
did you ever see or do you know whether OG Bentley worked in any other capacity for defendant Williams during 2015?
I don't recall.
Did you ever interact with OG Bentley while working as head of security with YSL?
Yeah, we talked. We did what we supposed to been doing. Yeah, we talked.
Did he ever do anything that you were aware of besides carrying bags, working with luggage, and pushing around clothes?
I don't really recall.
Did you ever use him as part of the security for YSL?
No.
Okay. So, are you familiar with Chamel drinks?
I don't actually know Chamel drinks.
Are you familiar with the name Chamel drinks?
Yeah, by y'all putting it on the indictment.
Is the time or day you saw the indictment the first time you had ever in life heard of or knew about Chamel drinks?
I had seen him, but I didn't know his name was Chamel Drink.
What did you know him as?
They called him Nut, I guess.
When did you first learn of, and I will call him the other Nut. When did you first learn about that particular person? Chamel drinks, whom you knew as Nut.
I probably seen him at the park on the basketball court a couple of times with somebody I know.
What park?
Captain Home Park.
Did you ever see him at Cleveland Avenue Park?
No.
You said it emphatically. Why did you say it that emphatically and chuckle?
I just said no.
Okay. Would you ever have expected to see him at Cleveland Avenue Park?
I wouldn't expect no one that's not all right with us to be in the same area we in.
By us, you
Well,
mean
not
YSL?
friends with me and Jeffrey Williams to be in the same, and other guys who be on Cleveland Avenue. They're not friends with us to be in the same area we be.
Why?
We're not friends. Everybody have their own neutral friends.
So would Cleveland Avenue Park be a place you described as a place where YSL hung out, but not other people who weren't friends with YSL?
True.
Okay. What all did you do at Cleveland Avenue Park with YSL?
I already answered that question ago.
I'm talking about after 2012.
The same thing. We played basketball. They had days at the park.
What kind of days at the park?
They had Cleveland Avenue Day. Everybody in the city of Atlanta have a day.
Okay. When you say everyone in the city of Atlanta, what do you mean?
Zone 1, West Side, East Side, whatever you want to say. Everybody have their own day.
What happened?
It's a reunion.
All right. What happened at the reunion at Cleveland Avenue Park on Cleveland Avenue Day?
You barbecue, you play music.
And who all attended?
A lot of people, I can't tell you.
Did anyone attend that wasn't associated with or affiliated with or considered a friend of YSL?
It's a day, anybody come.
So even people that you considered opposition would show up at Cleveland Avenue Park?
You say opposition. You got to explain that to me.
All right. Thank you for that. Were there groups that you personally considered opposition to YSL?
What is the opposition to?
When you and I spoke earlier today about the meeting with Lieutenant Lansco, your lawyer, and me outside of Fulton County, did you tell me what you understood opposition to be?
I don't recall that.
As you sit here today, have you ever used or posted about ops?
Yes.
What did you mean when you posted about ops?
I feel like ops is a person I don't hang with.
And what does ops stand for?
I don't know.
Well, why do you use it?
It's a slang word in the street that everybody uses.
Is it short for opposition?
Maybe,
For you personally?
I guess.
So understanding that, were there any particular groups that you considered ops as it related to YSL? People who y'all were not friends with?
I guess, Ms. Love.
Bless you. Say that again.
I said, I guess.
And who were those people? What groups were they?
I can't name. I can't name who they didn't like YSL because I wouldn't know that. I
No.
wouldn't know if you like. It looked like to me you don't like them. That's what I'm saying. So I can't answer that question for you.
I'm asking for
But you asked another question.
Who is it that you consider to be ops of YSL starting in 2015?
I don't know.
Did you consider If Gang ops for YSL?
I guess
Why?
because they didn't like certain people that was around us. I guess.
Other than the April 28th, 2015 drive-by, do you know of other conflicts, physical conflicts with If Gang members, between If Gang and YSL members?
What, a fight?
Fights, shootings, stabbings,
I don't
anything?
know. I don't know nothing about no shootings. I know
Okay.
about a fight.
Any kind of conflict?
A fight.
What fight?
I guess when they jumped on Copeland.
When was that?
I don't know what day that was.
Do you remember what month it was?
No.
Was it before or after Donovan Thomas was murdered?
Probably Apple.
Where did it occur?
Club Crucial.
Were you there?
I don't recall if I was there or not, but I heard about it.
All right.
I don't recall if I was there or not.
What do you remember happening around that time?
What you mean? Gotta be more specific.
What is it that, to your knowledge, occurred? You said that that was a conflict with ops and YSL.
I'm going to overrule that.
Could
You
you
may,
repeat it?
you may answer. What is it that you know about that conflict between ops and YSL as it related to Copeland?
I just know Copeland got jumped on.
By whom?
No, I think it's in under 801.
Your Honor, may I be allowed to ask another question?
All right, she's just going to ask another question. Go ahead.
Did you talk about Copeland getting jumped with other members of YSL?
No, I heard it in the street, Milo.
When you say in the streets, what do you mean?
Like people around Atlanta was talking about it.
What type of people? Like random people in a restaurant?
Regular people, females, all type of people. Whoever seen it, females and stuff like that in the club.
And did you ever talk about it with Copeland?
I don't remember if Copeland ever mentioned to me, but I think he did.
And in the context of your conversation with Copeland, what information was shared between you?
He said they were trying to take his money. Oh,
Yes.
Assuming facts not in evidence, he has not affirmatively stated that he had a conversation with Mr. Copeland about it. So it's inappropriate to ask what the contents of that conversation was.
Well, he was about to say he said, so
He-
I think it was, but why don't you clarify that, Ms. Love?
What did Copeland tell you happened?
I think they were trying to take his money out of his pocket. I don't know. I wasn't there. I just
Understand
what
that
he
you weren't
said.
there.
He just said they tried to take his money.
Okay. And who did Copeland tell you tried to take his money?
He didn't specific say any name to me.
Did he indicate whether it was If Gang or another group?
He actually said, I think he said it was if gang. I'm not for sure.
Did he expect or want you to do anything as a result of that?
No, he never asked me to do anything.
Did he talk about who was with him
No,
when he got jumped?
he never mentioned anyone who was with him that night in the club.
Did he talk about anybody coming to his rescue?
Not that I know of.
Did he mention Bloody J?
No, because I think I'm not sure if he mentioned Bloody J or not.
What did you start to say? I think after he what?
Because he left the club after he got jumped on, so I don't recall him mentioning Bloody J.
Are you aware of what YSL members, if any, were with him at the time that happened?
I don't know who was with him, what was with him.
Did you ever speak with Yak about that night?
No,
Did you ever speak with Lil D Garlington about that night?
no.
Other than when Copeland and Garlington got jumped on, are you aware of any other conflict between YSL and If Gang?
Not to my knowledge.
And as you speak of to your knowledge, are you speaking of things that you personally saw? Are you confining your knowledge to things that you personally saw?
Yes.
All right. Were any other conflicts discussed among YSL members with you?
No.
Are you familiar with or aware of whether, following Donovan Thomas's murder, defendant William's stepfather's house got shot up?
No, I didn't know that.
Are you aware of any YSL members' homes being targeted following Donovan Thomas's murder?
I think January 10th, if I'm not mistaken, Copeland mother-in-law house got shot up, but that's about it.
And how'd you learn about that?
Copeland.
Did anyone else within YSL make you aware that either their home or their family's homes were shot at or targeted following Donovan Thomas's murder?
No.
How often did you hang or associate with Quindarius Zachary?
Man, Quindarius hung a lot.
What do you describe as a lot?
Not every day, but on normal days, like every other day.
Every other day since what year would you say?
I don't remember the year, Miss Love.
Fair enough. Were you hanging together that often in 2015?
Yes.
All right. Did you know who Quindarius Zachary was dating in 2015?
Yes.
All right. Are you aware of whether or not she was ever targeted by any member of If Gang during 2015?
No, I don't know if she was ever targeted by If Gang. I wouldn't say that.
Was she ever targeted by anybody?
I don't know.
Did you and Quindarius Zachary ever go out to retaliate against anyone who had shot at or targeted his girlfriend?
No, I never been anywhere with Quindarius to shoot at nobody about no girl.
How many times have you been with Quindarius to shoot at anybody about anything?
The only incident we pleaded guilty to.
And if you would talk about pleas of guilty to you, because we can't talk about anybody else's plea.
Well, you asked me and I told you.
I'm
That's
asking
the only
simply how
incident.
many. Okay. Is it accurate to say that you cannot and are not able to say that the persons charged in this indictment with the murder of Donovan Thomas guilty are not guilty, didn't do that murder?
I can't say if they're guilty or not guilty.
Okay. Now, as reflected in number 14 of your factual acknowledgements, can you tell the jury how it is or why it is that the gas station at 151 Cleveland Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia, is one of the multiple locations where YSL associates sell drugs and do not allow other gangs to operate?
Well, from my understanding, I used to hang up there and play the slot machine.
Mhm.
And I sold a couple of baggies, if that's what you want to call it. Me. I don't know if anyone else sold any baggies. If they did, that was their business.
Did number 14 refer only to you, or did it refer to YSL associates,
multiple.
plural?
They say multiple.
Multiple locations where YSL associates sell drugs
Yes.
and do not allow other gangs to operate?
Yes, I see that.
And is that a thing that you told the jury earlier today
So what
was true?
I'm saying it probably was multiple people selling drugs, but
Tell the jury how they kept other gangs from operating at 151 Cleveland Avenue.
I already answered that question. Why would anyone come anywhere and hang with people they're not friends with? I'm not going to hang with anyone that I'm not friends with.
My question is not that. My question is, how did YSL keep other gangs from selling drugs or operating at 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Cause I hung at the gas station, so who will come? I hung at the gas station. Well, me and a couple of people, deceased people, I don't want to speak their name. We hung at the gas stations, and people not friends of us not gonna come up to the gas station.
Would you please tell the jury, and I will not belabor it, but would you please tell the jury who those other people were? And I'm sorry for that loss.
I don't want to speak their name.
Would you please tell the jury
No,
their last name?
I don't know their real name. I only know Matt would say, I can't think of their name right now. Give me a second.
Was it?
Cause I don't want to speak their name in this courtroom, cause they not here to defend themselves.
And they're not on trial.
Right, but
Okay.
I don't want to speak nobody's name who ain't here to defend themselves.
Do you understand nothing bad can happen to
I understand that, but I still don't want to speak their name in this case.
All right. Will you answer yes or no if I speak their names? Was one of the persons Christian McMiller?
I don't want to answer that question, Ms. Lynn.
Your Honor, would the court please instruct the witness
Yeah,
to answer?
you need to answer it, and you need to answer it truthfully.
Yes,
Was one of the persons Darius Ford?
yes.
Thank you. How often did you hang at 151 Cleveland Avenue in Atlanta with those two persons?
Not that much.
What did you use what kind of or type of baggies or drugs did you sell there?
I probably had a personal pack that I was smoking on. If someone came, I probably sold them some out of my pack, like what I was smoking on. I didn't really sell drugs up there, but I have.
Why did you use 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Because I was there. I have sold drugs right there, so that's why I used it.
Is that the only place in Atlanta that you sold drugs?
No, I sold drugs. I've been selling drugs probably all my life, but it don't have nothing to do with YSL. YSL wasn't even thought about when I started selling drugs.
Okay. Did you hide from YSL members that you sold drugs?
What type of question is that?
Did you hide it from YSL that you sold drugs?
I never told them I sold drugs.
That's not the question.
No, I didn't hide it from anybody but the police.
Okay. Is it fair to say it was known among members of YSL that you sold drugs?
What them knowing?
Sustained.
Are you aware of whether members of YSL, are you personally aware of whether other YSL members knew that you sold drugs?
Maybe. Yes, yes.
Is the picture that I showed you yesterday of you and Mr. McMiller that was labeled and admitted as States 426Y, was this taken at 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, I had pulled up there because I seen him. Yes.
Who took the picture?
I don't know. I don't recall who took the picture.
All right. You spoke about guns earlier and always having guns. What kind of guns did you personally carry with you in 2015?
I don't remember a gun that I carried, Miss Love.
I don't mean make and model. I mean just generally the types.
In the video, you see I had an assault rifle. So.
How
And then
many?
You showed the jury that too.
How
And
many?
this whole courtroom.
How many assault rifles did you have?
I don't know, Miss Love. I don't recall how many I had.
Where did you get your guns?
I paid for them
Where did you get them?
off the streets.
Did you get any from Quindarius Zachary?
Did I get any guns from? Because there was
Did
no.
Quindarius Zachary ever buy guns for you?
No.
Do you know if Quindarius Zachary bought guns for any other member of YSL?
I know he was accused and arrested for it, so.
I'm not asking that. I'm just asking if you
No,
have.
I don't know.
On the night that the house was shot up in the Martin Luther King area off of Adele Avenue, what kind of guns did you, Garlington, and Zachary have?
I didn't have a gun.
How many guns were in the car?
I don't recall.
Since you said you always carry guns, why didn't you have a gun?
Because I didn't have a gun that night.
Okay. What was special about that night such that you didn't need a gun?
I believe I left it at home by mistake, just moving too fast that day.
Why were you moving so fast?
We all move too fast sometimes and leave stuff behind.
Were you moving to protect Garlington? Knowing?
Sustained.
Did you have any intention of looking out for Garlington when you left the house?
We was together, but nobody knew anything was going to transpire that night.
Okay. When you went back, did you say, and forgive me if I got it wrong, so you have to correct me, did you say that you left and came back and picked up Garlington?
I left the club.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Did you go home?
No, I didn't make it home.
All right. And when you and Garlington went to pick up Mr. Zachary, did Mr. Zachary live near where you lived at the time?
No.
How far away from where you picked up Mr. Garlington did you have to go to pick up Mr. Zachary?
I don't know the mileage or none of that, Ms. Love. I'm not
asking that.
I
I'm
don't
just
know.
asking generally.
I don't know.
Was it across town in another city or what?
I don't know. It wasn't another city.
Did Mr. Zachary get in your car with a gun?
Yes.
What kind of gun?
I don't recall.
Was it a handgun or an assault rifle
I
or
don't,
something else?
I don't recall, Ms. Love. I don't know if I think it was assault rifle. I don't recall.
Did you ask him what he was going to do with it?
No, I didn't ask him.
Did you ask him whether it was loaded?
No.
Why not?
He better not have a gun.
Why you say he better not have a gun that's not loaded?
Man, nobody in the world better have a gun that ain't loaded. What you doing with it?
Why do you keep looking to your left in the direction
laughing
of
at you.
the defendants? Okay.
I'm not afraid.
Looking at anybody
I'm
over
not
there?
afraid of nobody over there, so let's get that straight. I'm just telling you that.
Did you hear me
That's
assert
for
that
me.
you were afraid of anybody?
I'm bringing that to your attention. I'm bringing that to your attention.
Sustained.
I ain't slow, Miss Love, no. I'm not intimidated by you or nobody in this courtroom.
As well, you should not be.
Right. No, I can take
What
a break.
about,
Can I take a break? Can I take a 5-minute break?
We just got started.
Yeah, but,
Let's just keep going.
okay.
what about the gas station at 221 Cleveland Avenue referenced in factual acknowledgement number 15? Would you tell the jury who it is among your YSL associates that sells drugs at 221 Cleveland Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia?
That's the same question from, the same, it's gonna be the same answer for number 14.
So the same YSL associates that sold drugs and didn't allow gangs to operate at 151 sold drugs.
The statement of the testimony. He never said, he never testified that people did not allow others to operate.
Yeah, that's what's in the factual assertion that she's going over right now. Go ahead, Ms. Love. Overruled.
Thank you. And to be clear, is that what you testified to a moment ago, that YSL associates sell drugs and do not allow other gangs to operate at 151 Cleveland Avenue and 221 Cleveland Avenue?
I think I said that no one, our friends will come to the gas station where we at. I think that was my answer.
Did you acknowledge that the entirety of the sentence that is number 14 in the factual acknowledgements was true earlier before lunch?
Yes.
And so does that sentence say the gas station?
It say allowed, but I just know no.
Will you let me finish the question?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Does it say the gas station at 151 Cleveland Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia, is one of multiple locations where YSL associates sell drugs and do not allow other gangs to operate?
If you want to be factual, we won't allow no one who's not our friend around us.
How'd you keep people who weren't your friends from being around you?
We didn't keep no one. They just didn't show up.
You just said we wouldn't
We wouldn't allow because we'll be uncomfortable.
How
So-
did you keep them from doing it then? How did you not allow them?
I'll just tell you, you're not my friend. Why you want to hang around me? You ain't my friend.
Did that keep people from being around you who weren't YSL?
A lot of people. Because I'm not going to allow you to be around me if you're not my friend. I don't trust you.
Do your words alone keep people from being around you that are not your friends?
My words.
Do you ever use anything else, or any show of force to back up your words?
No, I didn't have to.
Why?
I just didn't have to.
Okay.
People respect people. So like if you respect, like I respect you, what you're doing your job. So if you respect me, you just gonna accept what I say.
Understood. Thank you. Are these people that respected you that you did not allow to operate at 151 Cleveland Avenue and 221 Cleveland Avenue people that you would consider ops to YSL?
I couldn't say that because I don't know no op that try to come up to the gas station.
Well, what other gangs did you keep from operating at 151 Cleveland and 221
I don't-
Cleveland Avenue?
I don't know if they was gangs or not, but if they was gang, they wouldn't be able to come up there.
Since you said all of the statements in 14 and 15 are true, and you said you did not allow other gangs to operate, what gangs did you all keep from operating at 151 Cleveland and 221 Cleveland Avenue?
I don't know the name of the gang.
How did you know they were gangs?
They probably had a flag on or something like that.
What's a flag?
I guess a do-rag, I don't know.
You guess a do-rag?
Yeah. They used to have their little colors hanging off them. I don't know exactly what it was.
When you say colors hanging off them, please describe so the jury is understanding what you mean. For the jury, not me.
That's what they state, the gang unit state anybody who wear
Wait a
a
minute,
flag.
hold it.
I don't know then.
I'm asking you how
don't
you
know.
knew, not the gang unit.
I don't know. I don't know if it was true or they were false. I don't know.
Okay. Regardless of whether they were actual gang members or they were false flagging, how is it that you kept people that you observed?
You asking the same question, Ms. Love, that I already answered. You asking it in a different way. Just move on to your next question. You asking the same question in 3, 4 different ways.
Do you think that you are?
Y'all, I need to take a break. My head
Which-
hurt.
You're probably not the only one, but we're gonna wait a few minutes before we break again.
She making my
Oh,
blood
thanks,
pressure go up for real. I got high blood
Take some
pressure.
deep breaths.
Golly.
Is If Gang one of the gangs that y'all did not allow to operate at 151 Cleveland and 221 Cleveland?
I don't know.
Did you ever see them operating there?
No, I never seen them in that area.
Okay. When you say in that area, are you meaning in the Cleveland Avenue area?
Yes, I never seen in the Cleveland Avenue area.
Do you know what area If Gang generally occupied?
No.
Do you need me to get you some water?
I need you to just come on, let's get this over with. Because you keep asking me the same questions 3, 4 times. My answer
I'm
not
trying
going
to
to
get through it,
change.
okay?
Yeah, my answer not going to change.
Okay.
I'm answering to my best of knowledge.
Okay. Now, when you were talking earlier about the sentencing acknowledgements that you said you didn't understand on December 28th, 2022, but that you understand today. How did you, when did you gain your understanding of number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the paragraph underneath number 6 that you didn't have on December 28th, 2022?
When I read them myself, I understood them a little better.
And did you review those with your lawyer of 15 years on December 28th, 2022?
I don't remember because at that time I was going to a lot when my mother was sick. So I didn't remember. I don't remember.
Did your lawyer read them to you by any chance?
I don't remember. I don't remember, Ms. Love.
Were you given, did you have to raise your hand and swear that you understood each of those sentencing acknowledgements in section 5 on pages 5 and 7? I'm sorry, 5 and 6.
I most definitely raised my hand because I was desperate to get back to my mama when I took that plea. But I'm answering all my questions, all your questions to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you. So let's talk about getting back to your mother.
I don't want to talk about my mother.
I do not, I'm not. I'm going to not talk about your mom, okay?
Yeah.
I'm talking about what you just told the jury. Were you in Rice Street at the time that you went over these acknowledgements with your lawyer?
I consider this courthouse as Rice Street, so yes.
All right.
I was Rice Street property.
Did you ask him questions?
Did I ask who questions?
Your lawyer?
Yeah, I told him a lot of things that you stated on this paper wasn't what I said, so some of the stuff I didn't agree to.
Did you ask him to come back and tell somebody from the state?
He did come back and tell you from my knowledge.
So while you were asking him and telling him that, did you also ask him what the sentencing acknowledgements meant?
No, I didn't ask that question.
Is there any particular reason you didn't?
I just told you, I was just trying to get my sick mother.
Your Honor, let me ask you, I'm sorry, I needed to ask you, what was the offer made to you in exchange for your plea of guilty? What offer did the state make to you?
To get up and tell my truth, right? That's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you my truth, not what my understanding was. When I took this deal, I would be able to explain you my truth because I don't know whoever even stated this stuff to you.
When you say you don't know who stated this stuff to me, please
Because
explain.
somebody, you had to come up with it some type of way for it to be on this paper. It ain't nothing that I said to you. That's my understanding. I didn't say it to you.
Did you swear that those were true?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Would you tell the jury whether you and unindicted co-conspirators, along with some indicted co-conspirators, between January 24, 2013 and May 8, 2022, conspired unlawfully to acquire, maintain, directly and indirectly, an interest in and control of United States currency and other personal property through a pattern of racketeering activity, and conspired to conduct, participate in, directly and indirectly, such enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity
You said on what day?
between January 24, 2013 and May 8, 2022.
I don't remember, Ms. Lord. I don't remember.
Can you tell the jury whether you conspired to associate with others to illegally obtain money and property by participating in the enterprise that is YSL through a pattern of racketeering activity?
No, I don't recall that.
Can you tell the jury whether, in furtherance of your conspiracy, you engaged in activities that included preserving, protecting, and enhancing the reputation, power, and territory of YSL through acts of racketeering activity, including murder, assault, and threats of violence?
You said, did I?
Did you conspire with others
No, not by my knowledge.
to participate in this enterprise that is YSL?
I'm answering no to that question. I don't
Okay.
understand it.
Did you and other YSL members act in any way to protect or preserve or enhance the reputation and power of YSL by posting messages, images, videos, and songs that demonstrated your allegiance to YSL and your willingness to engage in violence on its behalf?
702, 403, I'm going to object. Jurors can figure this out. It's on evidence, not a summary.
Your Honor, this is a
Also going to object to leading.
To what?
Leading.
I'm going to overrule that one. What are you saying, Ms. Love?
that these are things we allege that this witness has stated or agreed to. He has, on December 28th, 2022. I'll just leave it at that.
innocence, Ms. Love, is reading an indictment and asking the witness. If I'm going to say more.
Well, I mean,
May I
she's
respond?
asking him if he did.
Yes, Your Honor, that,
You said we.
Yeah.
That's not the question. Did
That-
Mr. Sledge and others.
Right.
Well,
inappropriate
you rephrased it that way, so I think you need to stick to the phraseology that you're permitted to ask, okay?
yes, Your Honor. Did you conspire with other members of YSL to preserve, protect, and enhance the reputation, power, and territory of the enterprise known as YSL by posting messages, images, videos, and songs demonstrating your allegiance to the enterprise and a willingness to engage in violence on its behalf?
I sustain the same objection.
All right, that's overruled.
You may answer the question.
Could you repeat it?
Yes, did you conspire with other members of YSL to preserve, protect, and enhance the reputation, power, and territory of YSL by posting messages, images, videos, and songs demonstrating allegiance to YSL and a willingness to engage in violence on behalf of YSL? Did you do that?
Yes.
All right. At any time, did you remain armed and ready and willing to preserve, protect, and enhance the reputation, power, and territory of YSL through the use of violence?
No, I stay armed for myself. No.
Did you conspire with any other YSL members to do that?
No.
You may.
Did you obtain or did you conspire with others to obtain money, weapons, and other property through acts including robbery, theft, and the unlawful sale and distribution of drugs?
No.
Did you conspire with other members of YSL to obstruct law enforcement investigations and court proceedings through witness intimidation and attacks upon law enforcement officers?
Could you repeat that and make it? Could you say it what I can understand?
Yes.
Because I didn't understand what you were saying.
And you're going to have to tell me which part you're not understanding.
I
Okay?
don't understand the whole question, whatever you say.
Did you and other members of YSL with you, did y'all conspire to obstruct law enforcement investigations and or court proceedings through witness intimidation and attacks upon law enforcement
All right.
officers?
Miss Love, make sure
Yes, Your Honor.
that this, you're asking about what he did. And he can, I mean, he
I will be-
understood all of the other ones that you asked him.
Okay.
So it's not the beginning of that question that seems to be confusing him.
I'll break it up.
Why don't you-
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
okay, sustained.
All right. Did you and other members of YSL, did you ever,
That's the issue. That's one of the issues.
We at
Okay.
YSL, thank you.
did you conspire with anyone within YSL?
No.
All right, did you ever, through witness intimidation, make any efforts to obstruct law enforcement investigations and court proceedings?
No.
I'm going to show you what we have marked as State's Exhibit 435 Yankee. With the court's permission, may I first show and make certain that the defense sees what I'm showing the witness, and
Yeah.
then approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you.
I've just shown to counsel for the defense as State's Exhibit 435 Yankee. I'm not gonna play the sound, but I am gonna play the video for you. It's a short video.
Why you just say it was a video, man? They're not gonna answer this.
Because I have to do foundation.
Right. Okay.
All right. Do you recognize yourself in State's Exhibit
Yeah, me.
435 Yankee? which is
Yes.
the video?
Yes, me.
Is that a fair and accurate copy or
Yes.
depiction of you?
Thank you for refreshing my memory. Thank you.
You're welcome. Your Honor, the state tender states 435 Yankee is evidence.
It's admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Permission to publish.
You may.
Thank you.
You lie to your kids, you lie to your mama, but you get in the courtroom and in the investigation room and tell them punk ass people the God honest motherfucking truth. Pussy ass.
Mr. Sledge, do you recall when you made that video?
No, I don't know the date.
Did you put that video on your own social media account?
Yes.
Do you recall when you put it on your social media account?
No, I don't recall when I put it on.
Are you able? We're gonna put it up for you and ask you if you can read. We're gonna put up a still shot and see if you're able to read the date at the bottom of the still shot.
You gonna put it right here?
Yes, sir, up
Okay.
here. Up. Can you see it in both places?
I don't see a date, at least she could blow it up.
She's gonna blow it up for you. Are you able to see the date at the bottom of that post?
Yes.
Would you please start with the time and read the time and date?
4:22 p.m. 7/19/2015.
4:22 p.m., 7/19.
2015.
Thank you. Now, what caption did you put with that?
I just said pussy ass nigga for real.
Why did you put that particular caption with that video about getting in a courtroom and telling the God's honest truth?
I don't know, Miss Love. I was just doing something at the time. It was just an Instagram post. And it's a saying that everybody says, so I just posted it.
Which part is a saying that everybody says?
You lie to your kid, lie to your mom. I just put pussy ass niggas on the post. I don't know the meaning of why I put it on there.
Does everybody?
I did put it on there.
Okay. Does everybody say only you lie to your kids and you lie to your mama?
It's a saying. I don't hear it a couple of times.
Is that all of the saying that everybody says? You lie to your kids, you lie to your mama?
Yes, a lot of people.
So the rest of it and get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth. Does everybody say that part?
All that go with it. That's the whole point of the saying. All that go with it.
Why did you choose this particular saying to make a whole video about and post it on your Instagram in July of 2015?
I don't know, Ms. Love. I'm being honest with you. I don't know.
And is that, when you did that, does that refresh your memory about the video that you saw earlier where you said it sounded like your voice was saying snitching bitches?
Yeah, I told you I didn't see me in the video, but it sounded just like me. I said that.
Okay.
I said that to you earlier.
Okay, you did. Do you recognize where you are in this video?
No, I don't know where I'm at in this video.
Okay. I'm going to show you now what has already been admitted as 427 Yankee. And while we're getting that pulled up, are you Did you know that any members of YSL did you know whether or not any members of YSL did any interviews with police around July 15th, 2015?
No, I didn't know that.
Were
You said 2015?
Yes, sir.
What day? Could you give me a specific day?
Around July 15th.
No, I don't know about that.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
What interviews in 2015 are you aware, and how are you aware of YSL?
Only person I know that went.
Actually, before you answer that, let's just wait. Okay,
Okay,
I'm gonna
yeah,
pause.
'cause I don't
We're gonna
know.
go ahead and play 427 Yankee.
I just asked her who she loves dead. Motherfucker, yeah. I just asked her who she loves dead, bitch. She don't even know who that. She like, you crazy.
Did you see yourself in that video?
Yes.
You're smiling. Do you remember when that video was taken?
No, ma'am.
Was it around 2015?
Probably.
Do you know where it was taken?
I think we in a house somewhere, or something like that.
Whose house?
I don't really know who house it is. I just know the people I see in the video. I don't know actually who house we was at.
Tell the jury, please, who all you recognize in the video. And you don't have to point them out. Just tell the jury who all you recognize.
I recognize me, Mr. Williams, Stillwells. I want to say Kendrick and Honor, but I think that was Zachary and Garner, if I'm not mistaken.
Do you see Mr. Copeland in there?
Could you play it back and let me see?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I just asked her who she loves dead. Motherfucker, yeah. I just asked her who she
Yeah, I
loves
see Mr.
dead,
Copeland.
bitch. She don't even
Is
know
he
who
the gentleman with the red hat?
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Stillwell do anything with his hand?
I don't know exactly what he did. His hand, he pointed. Whatever he did, I couldn't see what he did with his hand.
If we play it and freeze it, would you be able to see?
Maybe.
Okay, let's try that.
That ain't Mr. Stillwell.
Who is that?
The Mickey and Gunner look
But-
like he throwed up the 3.
He's throwing up a 3.
Yeah, that's the 3 like that. He did like this. That's what it is.
Have you ever seen that sign thrown up to represent a B, a small b, as in Bloods?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how do you distinguish when it's a 3 and when it's a B?
You can't distinguish because it's throwed up the same way. I don't seen people throw it up both ways.
All right.
So you can't distinguish.
Did Mr. Garlington say anything to you to make you believe that that was 3 versus the B?
No, I just see 3 fingers like this.
Okay.
So
Do you currently work?
for me,
Yes, sir.
I have my own business.
Okay. And at the time that this video was made, were you working at that same business?
No.
Were you working anywhere at the time this video was made?
What the date is, the 19th or something like. I don't know the date of the video. Could I see the date of the video?
In 2015, were you working at all anywhere during the year 2015?
I told you at one point in time, I started working here at security with Mr. Jeffrey Williams in 2015.
And did you see yourself with money in the video?
Yes,
And was that your money?
probably was. I ain't finna be holding on nobody no money.
Okay. And
Got a question.
how did you make the money that you had in that video?
I don't know how I made it that time, at that time. I don't even,
Do you remember what you got paid as head of security?
no, I don't, it's based on how long it went, so I don't actually know the pay until like till we done with the tour.
Okay.
How many days I ever worked, then I know.
Were you paid by the hour or salary or what?
I was paid salary.
All right. Do you remember your salary?
No, I don't actually remember the exact salary.
The Demikion that you identified in the video, is that another person that you call Lil D?
Yes.
Okay. And was his Instagram name Scarface with an X replacing the C?
I think that was his Instagram.
Okay. Did you hear someone yelling "Black, Black" in the background of that video?
No.
Okay. Have you heard the term black, B-L-A-T-T, used?
Yeah.
Where have you heard that term used?
I heard a lot of people use it.
Have you heard YSL members use it?
I used it.
When you use it, what do you use it to mean?
I didn't really never know what it mean, but I used it. Though.
How did you use it when you used it?
I just said black.
And to what would you be using the word black? To respond to or to identify?
Could you repeat that?
Could you use black in a sentence the way you used the word black when you did use it? Could you use a sentence, put in a sentence for the jury?
I don't think I never used it in a sentence, Ms. I might just say black.
Okay. And would that be in response to something that scared you or meeting someone?
No.
What occasions would you use the word black?
I don't know what occasion, but I used it.
Did you use it in the same way you use slat?
Did I use it in the same?
Did you use it in the same way that you use the word slat?
You trying to confuse me like that. You gotta
No, I
tell me.
promise you I'm not.
You gotta tell me like, cause you saying that I use black in the same term that I use slack.
No, in the same way.
Wait, like, yeah, when I see somebody who, yeah, I show love, yeah.
Okay, so is black a way that you show love?
Yeah.
All right. Does black stand for you for blood love all the time?
From my understanding, I never knew that what it stand for, but
Okay. So, okay. When did you start using black to show love?
Probably like 2015, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Did you hear other people who are YSL use black to show love?
I think so.
Who did you hear?
I think I seen in a video that me and Zachary was in, he used it.
Is Zachary the only person that you heard use it?
I don't recall. If you have anything you can refresh my memory with, then I can tell you.
All right, thank you. Do you remember the night of January 10th, 2015?
Yes.
Why do you remember that night?
I remember that night because I was falsely accused of a crime, not by the state, by the streets.
Do you remember the day, earlier in the day before you learned you were being falsely accused?
Did I know earlier day?
No, sir. Do you remember what you were doing earlier in the day?
I think me and my girl, I think we was at a gambling house, if I'm not mistaken.
You remember which gambling house?
No, I don't remember which one, but I think I gambled all that day. All right. Until nightfall.
Okay. And just generally around what time? From like 6 in the morning to, I don't know, midnight?
I don't recall the time.
Fair enough. At what point or at any point did you leave the gambling house with your girl?
I think I left before the football game started. Okay.
What football game are you talking about?
I don't recall who was playing, but I know the New England Patriots were playing because that's who I betted my money with.
Okay, you're a Patriots fan.
Yes.
Okay.
Not a Patriot, Tom Brady.
Just Tom Brady, nobody
Right.
else. Okay. So did you make any efforts to go somewhere to watch the Patriots game?
I went home and watched.
Was it a playoff game or just a...
I think it was a playoff game, AFC or something. I don't remember.
Do you remember who won?
The Patriots.
Okay. So you made good money that night.
I ain't make it that night. I received it probably 2 days after.
Okay.
Not that night.
Did you take any pictures of yourself watching the Patriots game?
I want to say I took a picture of the TV and me and my son, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Did you post that picture anywhere on a social media site of yours?
Yes.
Do you remember which social media site?
I only think I had Instagram at the time, so.
I'm showing you what has already been admitted as states 423. Why? Is that the photo that you posted on January 10th, 2015 of you and your son watching the Patriots?
Yes.
Is the time and date on the bottom the time and date you remember making that posting?
Yes.
All right. Would you tell the jury that time and date?
The time is 7:52 p.m. 1/10/2015.
Can we publish that to the jury, please? 423 Yankee. There's no problem. Up here. Correction, Your Honor. This is going to be 433 Yankee, and the state tenders 433 Yankee as evidence.
Objection or no objection? No objection. All right. It is admitted apparently without objection from anyone.
Thank you, Your Honor. Showing you 433 in just a moment. Could you zoom out to show the picture? Is that the posting that is now on the screen that
Yes.
has been admitted as 433 that you made on January 10th,
Yes.
2015?
Yes.
And what was the caption that you put up under there?
Watching the game. Let's go Patriots.
It's going to sound like a silly question, but would you answer it for me anyway? Why did you put this posting up on your Instagram page?
Because at that time, that's when I was watching the game. I do it now. I post when I'm watching the game now.
Okay.
There was no reason to it.
Did you watch until the end of the game? Were you able to catch all of the game?
Yeah, I watched the complete whole game.
Do you know about what time the game ended?
I want to say around 10 something or something like that.
Okay.
I watched the whole entire game.
All right. And you have read the time and date of the post already. So do you remember what happened after you finished watching the game? Did anything of significance happen?
I received the DM around 10 something, and it came across the 10 o'clock news.
Okay. Now, when you say you received the DM, what DM are you talking about?
About me and Kenny Copeland is supposed to kill Donovan Thomas. But at that time, I didn't know.
That you didn't know he had been shot?
No.
Okay. What did you do when that DM came across your page?
When I got my son and his mother out the house.
Where did you, first of all, what were you driving? Did you have your own car?
Yes, I don't remember what kind of car I was in though.
And when you got your son and your son's mother out of the house, where did you take them?
I want to say, I don't really recall what all I did first, Miss Love, but I got him out the house. I know I got him out the house because we all got in the car together. So I don't recall what I did before I got where I was going. I don't recall.
All right, that's fair. So when you say before you got where you were going, you don't remember, but where is it that you ultimately went?
I went down Mr. Williams' house.
Did you have family, immediate family anywhere in the city?
What I say? Probably not close enough to Mr. Jeffrey house. Probably was closer to any other one else house.
Where were you living on January 10th, 2015? Generally speaking, I want the address.
Boulevard.
Boulevard?
Yes.
Okay. And where was your mom living in the city at that time?
I don't remember what address, but the only thing I can tell you is I know the downtown area was closer than Boulevard than anywhere I would have went.
And so where was it downtown that you went to get to Mr. Williams' home? Where was he living?
I think it was 10th Street, if I'm not mistaken. I don't actually know the street. I just know how to get there.
Was it an apartment, a condominium, a high rise, a single family home, or what?
It was a condo, I think. I don't know, a loft, whatever you call it.
Do you remember the name of it?
No.
Do you remember the name Sky House at all?
I don't recall the name of it, Ms.
Okay.
Love.
Understanding you don't remember what you did before you went to Mr. Williams' house, do you remember around what time you got there?
I know I got to his house probably like 10 something, if I'm not mistaken.
How long of a drive would it have been from your house to his house?
Probably no longer than 8 to 10 minutes.
Okay. When you left out the house with your child and child's mother, did you carry a gun with you?
Yes, I think I did have a gun with me.
What kind of gun?
I don't recall. But I know I had a gun.
When you went to Defendant Williams' home, somewhere near 10th Street, did you take your child with you?
I'm not for sure. It was so much going on, and I'm not for sure. To be honest with you, I'm not for sure. But I know me, my son, and his mother end up at Jeffrey house.
Did you take your son's mother with you when you went to Defendant Williams' house?
I gotta remember, Miss Love. I don't really remember exactly how I went. Only thing I remember, I end up at Jeffrey condo or loft that night.
Is it accurate, though, that you left out of your home with your child and your child's mother?
Yes.
Did you not go straight to Mr. Williams' house?
I don't recall. I can't. That's what I'm telling you. I don't remember. I don't remember.
And if it was that you did not take them there immediately, where is it that you would have dropped them off at?
No, I don't remember. I don't remember if I dropped them off anywhere. I don't remember.
Okay. Would you have had any reason to drop them off before going to Defendant Williams' house?
No, because I wanted to keep them with me to protect them.
Okay. But you can't remember whether you actually did. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Did you call anyone before you went to Defendant Williams' house?
I don't recall calling anyone before I went to Mr. Williams' house.
It's fair to say you did know other people in the city besides Mr. Williams. Is that accurate?
Right. Yeah, right. But I didn't call anyone.
Okay. So why did you go straight to defendant Williams' home upon learning that Donovan Thomas had been murdered with your baby and your child's mom ended up there as well, right?
I don't really remember. I just know that I ended up at Jeffrey House that night. That's all. I'm trying to think, but I don't really remember.
Take your time.
But I know I ended up at Jeffrey House that night.
Why did you end up at his house that night?
Like I was said to you before, I just went to the closest place with someone I can trust.
Did your house on Boulevard, was it situated anywhere near where Donovan Thomas had been shot?
I don't know how far that I can't tell you that, but it's.
Do you know whether the place he was shot was closer to Mr. Williams' house or your house on Boulevard?
I didn't know where he got shot at first. I just seen it, the scene come across. I didn't even know it was Donovan Thomas until I received that DM.
Okay. So why did you leave your own house? That's the better question.
Because I was accused and I knew that everybody knew where I stayed at on Boulevard.
Okay. When you got to defendant Williams' house, approximately what time was it that you got there?
I don't remember the time, Ms. Love. I promise you I don't remember the time.
Would you explain to the jury the atmosphere or, what the mood was like when you got to defendant Williams' house?
They were watching a laptop trying to put a video together. I won't think, what is the song called? Your Venture?
Who is they?
The person who do the videos for him and him, they were sitting around. It wasn't no commotion or like nothing was going on at that time.
Who all was there at the house?
I don't recall who all was there.
Do you recall any people who were there?
I know Mr. Jeffrey Williams was there.
All right. Who else that you recall?
I don't recall anyone else in this courtroom that was there when I got there.
All right. Once you got there, tell the jury what you did, if you can recall.
I brought it to my brother's attention what they were saying.
What brother?
Mr. Williams.
All right. And then what happened?
We all sat around for a minute and then I don't know what happened. We had to get up and go because I knew he had a time frame that he had to be somewhere to make it to Miami.
When you say we all sat around for a minute, do you remember who the we all is?
The person who was shooting the video and me and Jeffrey Williams.
To the best of your memory, were y'all the only 3 people in the condo?
To my best ability, I don't remember the other people without. I didn't know their name, but no one else that I can recall in this courtroom was there when I got there.
You're talking about in this courtroom, and I respect that, but I'm talking about anybody.
I don't know. I just told you I didn't know the name of the people who was there. I didn't know everybody from the label or everybody that hung around Mr. Jeffrey because they were Mr. Jeffrey friends. Okay. I wasn't trying to get to know them. Okay. Mr. Jeffrey is my brother.
Okay. Do you remember about how many people? Was it crowded? A few people?
It wasn't too many people when I got there.
Less than 10 people?
It was way less than 10 people. I can't give you an exact number, so could we move on, Ms. Love? I can't give you an exact number.
We can move on. At what point then, since your child and child's mother were not 2 of the people you remember being there, how did
If you didn't take them, do you know how they got to Mr. Williams' house?
They got there with me. You said other people who was there already. I didn't know you was talking about the people I took with me.
Okay.
I wouldn't count them because they came with me. You said who was there when I got there. My child and my mother wasn't there when they got there.
Okay.
Come on, stop trying to act like.
So, Mr.
Good.
Sledge,
Come on, you ask this question before I take it. If I could get me a break. Come on, Miller.
We can take a short break. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
All right, prisoners.
when we
They needed, yeah, that was just a lunch, just, yeah. Not today, it's gonna, I don't know exactly what time, it maybe is, we may break as early as like an hour from now, I am waiting to hear something. We ready? Huh? Yep.
Jeffrey doesn't look too happy right now. I mean, not that he should be, but he looks a little ticked off. Um, I guess that's not really. I don't know. I guess I would be too,
Thank
because
you.
he is
Stand as
implicating
long-
him in this
thank you, Judge.
thing.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Sledge. Mr. Sledge, before we last broke, you were explaining that you had taken your child and your child's mother to Defendant Williams' condo, and you weren't certain whether they went with you initially or whether you had gone and picked them up and brought them back. Did I get that
I
right?
didn't say that.
Okay, please correct me where I'm wrong because we
I
want to make sure
told
it's
you,
right.
all I remember is all three of us end up at Mr. Williams' condo or lost, whatever it was.
Okay.
That was my answer.
So when you first got there, are you able to say whether they were with you when you first arrived at the condo?
I told you I didn't remember exactly. I think they was with me, love. I don't recall.
All right. And if they were not with you, would you have left them and gone back to pick them up at your house?
Yeah, I would have if they wouldn't have been with me at the time.
Is there any reason you would have left them at the house and gone to Defendant Williams' condo and then gone back and picked them up?
I don't remember.
And there's no reason right now you can think of that would have happened.
No.
All right. Once you talked about the DM that you received with the people who were present at the house, where were your child and child's mother? Were they in that same room in conversation with you when y'all were discussing that?
No, I don't. I think they went in the other room. I don't remember what happened, but I knew they wasn't in the same section.
Did you talk with that DM? Did you talk about that DM to your child's mother? Did you let her know what was going on?
She knew the DM that came because I said it. When it came through, I said it out loud, but she never seen it.
Okay. Who all took part of the conversation where you were talking about the DM? Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall. Well, no, I think it was just. I think I pulled Jeffrey to the side and just was talking to Jeffrey because the other people I don't really know was in the house. So I think I pulled Jeffrey to the side and was talking to him about it, like, bro, why they saying this? And
He was like, what?
he was like, I don't know nothing about that, but you telling me what they saying.
All right. What else did he say to you after you told him?
I think if I'm not mistaken, he sat back down and started going over the video that he was trying to finish up for the song Da Vinci, if I'm not mistaken, get as far as he could with the video. I'm not for sure.
How long did you stay there that night?
I don't recall how long we stayed there.
How long did Defendant Williams stay at the computer working on Da Vinci after you told him about that DM?
I don't recall how long it took him.
Do you remember whether at the time you knew if Mr. Thomas had died?
No, I don't know exactly if we knew. Yeah, I knew because they DM me and said that. They said the DM, the fake page DM and said that.
All right.
I don't know if it was true, but that's what they said in the DM.
Okay. Did you reach out to anyone else other than Defendant Williams about that DM that you got?
I don't recall reaching out to anyone else.
Did anyone else come to Defendant Williams' condo while you were there?
I can't say on 10th Street. I don't recall. I don't remember did anyone show up on 10th Street.
When you say on 10th Street, did Defendant Williams have any other residents that you went to that night?
I think so.
Where was that other resident?
I don't know exactly where it was.
Generally speaking, please.
I don't generally know where it was. I just know that we left there and went somewhere else. I don't know exactly what area we went to.
Is it a place you had never been to before?
I don't remember, Miss Love. I don't remember. Honestly, true, I don't remember.
Okay.
If I have been there before or that was the first time, I don't remember.
Was it a house, a condo, an apartment, or something
I
else?
think it was something like a condo or loft. I'm not.
Do you recall how far it was from the 10th Street condo?
I don't recall how far it was, neither.
Do you recall who all went with you when you went to Defendant Williams' second residence?
I think it was me, my son, mother, and the video man, if I'm not mistaken.
The video man, do you remember his name?
I think his name was like B. I don't know. I think it's BLB or something like that.
BLB?
Oh yeah, I don't know. I think it's something like that.
Was his last name Bean, Deshaun Bean?
I don't know his real. I don't know his government name.
Okay. Besides you, Defendant Williams, your child's mother, and BLB, did anybody else go with y'all to Defendant Williams' other house?
Go with us? No.
Accompany you, follow you, meet you there? Any of those things?
I can't recall because I actually can't recall who showed up and who was there. I don't recall that.
Do I remember correctly that you said you did not go to Miami because you wanted to stay in town to protect your family?
Right.
Why then did you go to Defendant Williams' house around 10th Street and then to his other house somewhere else? What were you doing?
If I am mistaken, Mr. William went and got jewelry or something out the other house. And then, if I'm not mistaken, I want to say I borrowed like $300 for him to get me a hotel room for a couple of days because I didn't have any cash I can get to that night.
Okay. Was anybody at the second residence of Defendant Williams when you, your family, Defendant Williams, and BLB got there?
If they was, they didn't come upstairs, not from my understanding.
Okay. What floor did Defendant Williams live on? Do you remember?
No, it was very high. I don't remember exactly what floor it was.
Did you have to go through like a gate, like a bellman or something, or ring in a code? It will be made clear in a moment. I'm asking that one question. Did you have to go through a bellman or type in a code to get in that second
I
residence?
think all the condos in Atlanta have a gate that you got to come through for protection, if I'm not mistaken.
All right. So is it fair that you had to do that with both of Mr. Williams' condos?
I guess.
Who else came while you all were there, if anybody came to that second residence?
Once Mr. Williams let me borrow the $300, I left Mr. Williams and went on about my way.
Okay. Where was on about your way? Where'd you go?
Well, if I am mistaken, I remember now. Get what? I think Mr. Copeland was there, and Mr. Williams instructed me to take. Copeland kept complaining about something. Mr. Williams directed me to take him because he said, "Take him, y'all go down there, y'all. We ain't did that wrong." So I took Copeland to the homicide place, but I kept going.
Who was it that said that, what you just said?
Mr. Williams told us, he said, "We ain't did nothing, so take Copeland." I think the police kept calling Copeland phone or something like that, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Who else besides Mr. Copeland were the police calling?
I don't know. No,
Bless you.
I don't know about that.
Okay. Are you able to tell the jury who it is that Mr. Williams was referring to when he said, "We ain't did nothing wrong"?
I guess me, him, all of us was there. So he was saying, we were telling him that me and Copeland was the accused. So he said, take him down now. We ain't did nothing wrong.
When you first got to Defendant Williams' condo on 10th Street or around there and told him you were being accused, did he give you that advice?
When we got to 10th Street,
Yes, sir.
no, he gave that advice when I told him I didn't know was Kenny Copeland going out of town or not, but he gave that advice, I guess, when Kenny Copeland wasn't going out of town neither.
Okay, putting aside Mr. Copeland, just talking about you and Defendant Williams, at any time did he advise you, once you told him they're accusing me of murder, to go to the police station?
I wouldn't have went anyway because I always was
Not that question. I just need you to answer the
said
question.
he's-
Hold up, please. At any time before you got in contact with Mr. Copeland, but after you told Defendant Williams you were being accused of murder, did he advise you to go to the police station?
He advised both of us to go to the police station.
Before Mr. Copeland came in
Well,
the picture,
not on 10th Street, he did not advise me to go to the police station.
What did he advise you to do, if anything?
He really didn't say too much on 10th Street.
Oh, okay. He just went back to go get some jewelry from the other place?
That was, when we got there, that's where he was getting his jewelry, because I guess he was gonna do the show in the jewelry, from my understanding.
How did you said Mr. Copeland was already at the other place when you
No,
got
I
there?
never said Mr. Copeland was already at the place, but I know he ended up at the place. He wasn't already at the place.
How long after you all got there did Mr. Copeland arrive?
I don't know the time. I'm not good with time and stuff. I don't
Do you know how he got there?
No, I don't know how he got there.
Did anybody else get there around that same time?
I didn't see anyone else, Ms. Love, so I can't speak on that. I didn't see anyone else.
Did you see Quindarius Zachary there?
I don't remember if Quindarius was there or not. From my understanding, I don't remember was he there or not.
How long did you stay there?
Not long.
What does that mean?
I don't know the estimate time.
Did you leave before midnight?
I don't remember the time, Ms. Love.
Who all was there at the time you left?
You keep asking me the same question that I
Mr.
already
Slade?
answered. I answered that question for you already.
I need you to answer for the jury.
I said I don't know.
You don't know who was there when you left?
I told you, me and Copeland left together, and my son's mother.
Okay, thank you, but that's not the question that I asked. I am asking you who all was at the second residence of Defendant Williams when you left that second residence?
I didn't see anyone. I just told you that.
Okay. Was Defendant Williams still there when you left?
Yes.
How did Defendant Williams tell you, besides we haven't done anything wrong, how did he tell you to take Copeland to the police? What did he say?
I think Copeland stated that the police wanted him to come down.
Mm-hmm. Did Copeland tell you anything about his girlfriend's father's house getting shot up?
The father, I thought it was the mother.
Okay.
In-law.
Was it
I
a
told you
family
that.
member
I
of
already
Mr. Copeland?
told you that in the answer.
Okay. So I'm asking you now, during that time, was it during that time that you learned that a family member of Mr. Copeland or his girlfriend had gotten their house shot up?
I don't remember what time it was, ago.
Do you remember talking about that with Mr. Copeland and Defendant Williams before you went to the police station?
Not right off the top, I don't know. I can't answer. Like, if I'm not mistaken, I think Copeland did mention it.
At the time, did you have a cell phone?
Who, me?
Yes, sir, you.
You know I had a cell phone.
Well, the jury doesn't, so
Yes,
I need you to answer
I
for
had a
them.
phone.
All right. Would you please tell the jury what your cell phone number was?
I don't remember.
If I showed you an Instagram post containing a phone number that may or may not be yours, would it refresh your memory?
You said if you show me one?
Yes, one on your page that contains a phone number. Might it refresh your memory?
Might, but it still probably wasn't my number. I don't know.
All right.
You can show me though.
It's 425. How many phone numbers have you had since 2015?
I don't know, Ms. Lord.
How often do you change cell phones?
I don't know, Ms. Love. I don't know how often do I change.
Now, I have bad eyesight. I hope you don't. Your Honor, may I approach? You may. I'm going to show you what we've marked for identification as states 425 Yankee and ask you, do you recognize the person depicted in 425 Yankee?
Yeah, I recognize that me.
As you?
Yes.
And is that your Instagram account?
Yes.
Is that a picture you posted on your Instagram?
It looked like, yeah, that's me, but I didn't take the picture.
Okay, I'm not asking you if you
Okay.
took it. You understand?
Yeah.
Are you able to read these tiny words, those
No,
tiny
they
numbers?
too. You probably had to put them on here and let me.
All right, let's get a
and blow
computer.
it. Yeah, I can't see that.
You need- If I blow it up, is that a post that you made?
It say I made, but I don't remember that phone number. Ms. Love, I don't remember that number.
Do you remember any phone number that you had in 2015?
I don't remember now phone number I had in 2015. I probably had 2, 3 phones. I don't remember.
Do you remember any digits in your child's mother's phone in 2015?
No, not right out. No.
Do you remember any one of your family members' phone number from 2015?
Not that I know of.
In 2015, who else was posting on your Instagram account?
I don't know. I could say my daughter or somebody. I don't recall. I know my oldest daughter always had my password and stuff like that. So I can't recall.
Did your oldest daughter make the post that you just looked at that's labeled states 425
No,
Yankee?
I think that's my last son.
Uh-huh.
So I probably was around his mother at the time.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know.
You don't know what?
You said made the post?
Yes.
Yes, I don't know I don't recall making the post.
Okay.
So I don't know who made the post.
And
It's
there's
on there, but I don't recall making that post.
Okay. And there's nothing about that number that strikes any chord in your memory.
I don't even remember that number.
All right.
If you got any things you could refresh, but I don't remember that number.
We'll come back.
Right.
All right. So when you were at Defendant Williams' second residence and Mr. Copeland arrived, you did not, is it fair to say you didn't see how he got there? You just know he got there.
Yeah, I don't know how he got there. I don't remember how he got there, to be honest with you.
And do I recall correctly, you don't even remember what kind of car you had?
Yeah, I don't remember what kind of car I had.
Do you remember whether defendant Williams had a car or multiple cars?
I don't remember exact what car Mr. Williams had at the time. He had numerous of cars, like you said, so I don't remember.
Okay. Since he had numerous cars, did you ask him, why don't you take him down there?
I didn't ask him because I knew he had to go. He was going to do he had to be, I guess he had to be in Miami at a certain time to do the show. So I never asked him why he didn't take him.
Now, was that show a part of that Travis Scott tour that you were talking about? It was a different show.
It was a different show, I think.
Okay. Was that show a part of any tour or was it just an independent show?
I think somebody booked him for a show. I don't know.
Before January 10th, did you know he had been booked for that show?
Yes, I think we had a discussion about him having a show before January the 10th.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge of where it is that defendant Williams parked those many multiple cars that he had?
No, I don't have no idea.
Did you have access to drive the many multiple cars that he had?
No, I had my own car.
Do you know or have you ever discussed with defendant Williams why he needed to rent cars when he had many multiple cars?
I never even know. I never knew Jeffrey Williams rented a car. So
Okay.
every car I seen him, I thought he owned them himself. So I never knew he rented a car.
So would you have any knowledge about a gray Infiniti Q50 defendant Williams may or may not have rented or had in his possession around January 10th, 2015?
I never seen that car a day in my life.
Did you ever know defendant Williams to get cars or secure cars for days when he intended to be out of the city in a different state? In other words, renting a car in Atlanta for 2 weeks or getting a car in Atlanta for 2 weeks when he's going to be gone within a week?
Sustained.
Did you never know of defendant Williams to obtain access to in any way a car that he did not own?
No.
Did defendant Williams ever talk to you about obtaining or renting cars?
No.
On January 10th, 2015, did you receive any calls from Kenneth Copeland before you saw him at defendant Williams' residence?
I don't recall if I did.
Do you know or have any knowledge why Kenneth Copeland showed up at defendant Williams' residence?
No.
Did any other members of YSL show up at defendant Williams' second residence at any time while you were there on January 10th?
I don't recall or remember.
How did you take Kenneth Copeland to the police?
I drove.
And where did you drive him to?
I don't know. I think it's Central, right down the street by the traffic court house. I dropped them off on that side street right now.
Atlanta Police Headquarters?
Yeah, I guess that's what it is.
Understanding you don't remember the kind of car you had, do you remember anything about the car you drove him in?
No.
How many cars have you had since 2015?
I can't even count.
You've had more than 5?
Yes. You could look it up in the DMV.
Okay.
If you want
Why
to.
do you have so many cars?
Because I pay for them.
Okay.
That's what I like. I like to buy cars.
All right. Did you go with Mr. Copeland inside the police station?
No,
Why?
because I always was directed by my attorney. If you're not being arrested, you do not have to talk to the police.
Did you tell Mr. Copeland that?
Yeah, but he insists on going in there. That's his business.
All right. Did you tell Defendant Williams that?
No, man, no, me and Mr. Williams never had that discussion about was I gonna go in or not.
But it was Defendant Williams who told you take him down there to talk to the police.
He didn't just say him.
What did he say?
Both of us could have went in there if we wanted to. I decided not to go in there.
So did you, when he told both of y'all to go, did you tell him, hey, my lawyer told me do not go talking to police?
I didn't have that discussion with Mr. Williams
Why did you tell Mr. Copeland and not Mr. Williams? If I heard you right.
because me and Mr. Copeland was in the car together. Me and Mr. Williams just in this place together. When I was taking Copeland, he was just like, I'm going in there. I said, I ain't going.
How long were you in the space with Mr. Williams before Mr. Copeland came?
I don't recall how long it was, Miss Love.
How long did you all talk about Donovan Thomas's murder before Mr. Copeland came?
We never really talked about it. When I brought it to his attention, he was so focused on the video at the time. So
Do you remember what Defendant Williams' phone number was, the last 4 digits at that time?
I never knew, not saying I didn't have, never knew one of Mr. Williams' number by heart.
Did you know Mr. Williams to have more than one phone?
He's a rapper, I guess. Like,
Did you personally know him to have more than one phone?
yes.
What did you and Mr. Copeland discuss on the way to the police station?
We really didn't discuss. He was just saying, I ain't doing it. I was telling him, I ain't doing it and I don't know nothing about it. So I wasn't going to talk to no police.
Okay. And what did you say in response?
What you mean?
When he said, I ain't do it, I don't know nothing about it, I'm going to go talk to the police, what did you say in response?
If you want to go talk to the police, go talk to him.
Did you wait on him after you let him get out?
No, why would I be sitting in front of a police station waiting on him to come out, not knowing how long they're going to be having him with me and my son and my mother uncomfortable?
Had anybody shot at any one of you all?
No,
Is Kenneth Copeland, forgive me for if you've already said this, but I don't remember. Is Kenneth Copeland one of the people you count as somebody you loved back then?
I already answered that question for you yesterday.
I understand. Can you remind me, please?
You just said you,
Is he one of the people that you counted as someone you loved in 2015?
yes.
All right. And did you have any sense of whether he was putting himself in harm's way going into the police station?
No, I thought going to the police is the safest thing.
All right. Then why didn't you wait on him if it was so safe?
Because he was in good hands.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Did you go back and pick him up?
No,
Did you call him to check on him while he was there?
I think after he got through, he called me.
And what did you tell him?
What did I tell him?
Yes, sir.
I ain't tell him nothing.
Did he ask you to come pick him up?
No, he ain't had someone else to pick him up, I guess.
Okay. Did he tell you anything that he talked about with the police?
No, he never discussed anything he talked about with the police.
Is that the only time that you have taken Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
Yes.
Have you ever discussed with Kenneth Copeland anything that he told police at any time that he talked to them?
No.
Have you ever discussed with any member of YSL, without giving names, anything that they told the police when they talked to them?
No.
To your knowledge, did Quindarius Zachary ever talk to the police in the months following Donovan Thomas's murder?
I don't know. You telling me something.
I am not telling you. I am asking you a question.
I don't never know if Quindarius was going to talk to the police.
Okay, so is it fair to say you never had a conversation with Quindarius Zachary about anything he said to the police?
No,
What about Demikion Garlington?
no,
At any time, did you ever gain any information about anything any member of YSL told the police in 2015?
no,
Now, you said that you were charged or arrested for Donovan Thomas's murder. Was that in 2015 or later?
I want to say it was October 2015. I was already incarcerated for a charge, and one morning they came and told me I had first appearance. My lawyer ain't told me nothing about that.
And what happened at that first appearance?
They read out what they were charging me with.
And then what happened?
They sent me back to my dorm.
At that first appearance, is the only thing that happened you were read your charges, or did you hear anybody give what they considered probable cause for your charge?
No, I was confused.
You were confused?
Yes,
At any time, did you have a preliminary hearing?
yes.
How long after that first appearance did you have a preliminary hearing?
If I am mistaken, I think you go like 2 weeks at a time, if I am mistaken.
Would you tell the jury what happened at your preliminary hearing?
Where are you going with this?
Your Honor, I
mean,
can
is this
approach the
even
bench and
relevant?
tell the court.
Okay, why don't you do that?
Yes.
After dropping off Mr. Copeland at the police station, did you take your child and child's mother to a hotel?
Yes.
How long did you stay at the hotel?
I want to say for like 2-3 days at the max.
What made you feel that it was okay to leave the hotel?
It wasn't about feeling okay. I left because of me.
Now, what does that mean for the jury? Because the jury doesn't know who you are.
I left because I'm not scared of anyone.
So why'd you go to the hotel in the first place?
Because I wasn't gonna be nowhere that anyone probably come shoot up.
And why did you think somebody might come shoot up?
Then I just tell you by the streets and the fake DM, I was accused of the Donovan Thomas murder.
All right. Did you believe that that threat of the possibility of a shoot up had passed after 2 days?
I don't know if it passed or not.
Okay. So what was different in 2 days from the night that Donovan Thomas was killed?
Because when I left the hotel, I didn't go back to the same apartment either.
Okay. Did you move out of the apartment?
No, I didn't move eventually straight out of the apartment. No.
What part of the city, if any part, did you go to live in that was different from where you lived on Boulevard?
I don't really remember. I don't know the area. I just knew how to get there.
Did you go to someone's home or to
Yeah, it was her mother house.
whose? What?
My son mother house.
All right. How long did you stay there?
I don't recall how long we stayed.
Do you have any idea whether it was months or weeks?
It wasn't months. I know that much.
And what was it that made you, when you did leave there, what was it that made you leave?
I just left.
When you left, where did you go?
I went back to Boulevard.
Did you go back to Boulevard before October 2015?
Yes, I got arrested there July the 29th.
Between January and July of 2015, did you travel outside of the city with any members of YSL?
Could you repeat that?
Between January and July of 2015, did you travel outside of Atlanta with any members of YSL?
From January to 15?
From January 2015 to July 2015, when you said you were arrested?
Yeah, I think we went on tour.
All right. How many places did you visit on tour?
I don't recall how many places we went to.
Who all went with you?
It wasn't too many people went with us, but I don't remember exactly the number who went with us.
And when you were arrested in July of 2015, what were you arrested for?
I never knew until I got to the jail, but it was aggravated battery, aggravated assault. There was a lot of charges.
Were you arrested for that April 28th drive-by? Or
Yes,
that drive-by with Mr. Zachary?
Yes.
Did you talk to the police after you were arrested?
That's what they took me down to some of the, I don't know, it's a precinct or whatever you want to call it, right there by the detention center.
Who took you there?
I want to say it was the ATLs.
Do you remember whether it was Detective Dennis?
Detective Dennis didn't take me there, but Detective Dennis was there when I got there.
Okay. Was Detective Gaither there?
Yes.
Did you already know them?
No.
Okay. Did you know either of them?
No.
Did you recognize either of them?
No.
Okay. Did you tell Dennis you knew him?
No, I don't recall telling Dennis I knew him. If I did, no, I don't recall telling him.
Okay. Did Detective Dennis or Detective Gaither explain to you why it is that they had arrested you?
No, they never even explained to me what they were charging me with. No.
Did Detective Gaither ever tell you that she had placed warrants on you for aggravated assault, aggravated battery, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon?
I don't think she never said that to me. I don't remember.
Did Detective Gaither or Detective Dennis, after you were arrested in July of 2015, ever tell you that they arrested you because of the incident that happened on Adele Avenue over by Moseley Park?
I think on into the conversation they said it, but not immediately when I came in there. I don't remember them telling me exactly as soon as I got in there.
All right. So when I'm asking you if they told you, I don't mean just immediately. Anytime.
Oh
during
yeah, they
that
ended up telling
conversation.
me, yeah.
All right. Did you tell them, I don't know nothing about that?
Yes, at the time, yes.
Why'd you tell them that?
I'm not gonna tell on myself.
Why not tell on the people you said you dropped off?
Why tell on them? They didn't ask me about them. They asked me about me at first, if I don't recall.
When you told them, I don't know nothing about that, was that a lie?
And then, yes, it was a lie.
Okay. Now, did they also tell you that they wanted or they had arrested you for a shooting at the home on Drew Drive, the old Perry Holmes apartments?
No, I don't recall them saying that to me if they did, but I don't recall.
All right. At any point during that interview, did you give either Detective Dennis or Detective Gaither any information about the shooting on Adele Drive or on Drew Drive?
No,
Do you remember how long that interview lasted?
not too long.
Did they ask you if you could read and write English?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whether they asked you or advised you of your constitutional rights? I'm establishing what happened in the conversation, Your Honor. I'll move on. Did they talk to you about a fight at the club on April 28th?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whether you were asked about the date April 28th?
I don't recall about them asking me about it either.
Do you recall? So if you don't recall being asked, then you definitely don't recall telling them yes, correct?
Yes, I don't recall telling them yes neither.
And you don't recall telling them that there was a fight at the club?
I don't remember. I don't remember that in the interview.
Do you recall during the interview telling them anything about Club Crucial?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Detective Gaither asking you who did the fight involve? Your Honor, this is based on what it's forming a foundation for other questions that I will be asking the witness. Yeah, well, I think they are.
a little bit of leeway, but let's just get to whatever the point is you're going to be making that you do believe to be relevant.
Okay.
All right.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that you didn't pick up Demekion Garlington at Club Crucial?
I told you I was not finna tell the police anything to incriminate myself.
And ultimately, did you just tell the police, I'm not going to tell you anything, you just need to do your job?
No, I never said that.
Okay.
If you took it
What
that
if,
way.
what, if anything, did you end up telling the police about that shooting?
I never told.
I mean, honestly, it doesn't seem to be, maybe we can talk about it tomorrow and you can, when we're not
Okay.
when the jury's time is not being taken up, and I can,
Yes.
maybe you
yes,
can
Your
help me
Honor.
to understand how it's relevant. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
And
I can-
honestly, I think we may just break here for the afternoon.
Yes,
And
Your Honor.
actually, then maybe you could tell me before we leave, but
Yes, Your Honor.
without the jury being here. So y'all are getting to go a little bit early today. Same instructions as always. Don't talk about the case with anybody, allow anybody to talk about it with you. Try to avoid any kind of discussion, media coverage, any social media, anything about this case or anybody that's involved in it. Have a pleasant evening, and we'll see you in the morning. Mr. Sledge, you need to be back here at 9.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, Ms. Love, if you want to try to explain the relevance or how it's getting to something relevant.
Your Honor, I would.
If the court will permit me, to address that matter more fully in just a moment, I wanted to confirm some details.
Okay. Involved in it. Have a pleasant evening, and we'll see you in the morning. I have to deal with something else. It's not your fault, but I need to go ahead and break. So let's just be here at 8:30 in the morning. Okay. See everybody then.